answer this stupid question. 420 themed. What musician gave us the song Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die? We are going to go to Mike for the answer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Yo, you guys rock. Sorry, Bob, you got to do work.
Oh, it's okay.
All right, buddy. Do me a favor. Tell me what musician gave us the song Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die?
Sir Willie Nelson.
Sir
Willie Nelson.
He was knighted. That needs to happen. All right, Mike, hang on a second. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see comedians Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee of the Bad Friends podcast Saturday, June 17th at the Met in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details at WMMR.com.
On the road.
Oh, we don't have Smoke Me Up, Roll Me Up, and Smoke Me Right Now. Dude, one of the funniest things ever is seeing Snoop Dogg talk about how hardcore of a smoker Willie Nelson is.
Couldn't keep up.
Like Snoop is just like shaking his
Yeah.
head going, man.
How's that dude do it?
I can't. He's like, I can't even get in the same ballpark with that guy. And Snoop is an expert weed smoker. So you gotta love Willie Nelson. All right, we're going to start off with the entertainment report talking about the PR problems surrounding Marvel star Jonathan Major. Of course, he was arrested back on March 25th, charges of strangulation, assault, and harassment in relation to an alleged incident of domestic abuse. Well, they're about to get even hairier. This per Variety reports that multiple abuse victims of Majors have come forward since the incident and are now cooperating with the Manhattan District's attorney office. Now, like you've said many times, everybody deserves their day in court.
Yes.
If they are accused of something, we'll have to wait and see what happens. And sometimes people do pile on and lie.
It's absolutely true. But on the other side, if you are the movie company dealing with an investment, and that's the sad nature of this, is that they may not have time to wait it out and see what the story is as they're planning the future of the franchise.
And the guy may very well have done this stuff.
Yes.
So who knows? But news of this development comes as numerous organizations associated with Majors continue to back away from him or at least exhibit extreme caution. The elephant in the room is, of course, Marvel, which has invested heavily in Majors and which has so far been entirely silent on this topic. Not only is Majors Kang at the center of the company's plans for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, including a starring role in the already shot second season of Loki, Fox Searchlight also shelled out big bucks for his critically lauded festival darling Magazine Dreams. The Variety piece outright quotes one industry insider as saying most people in Hollywood are waiting to see what Marvel will do. If nothing else, the new Variety story about the multiple alleged abuse victims suggests that this issue is not going to resolve itself in a quick fashion. Majors' lawyer has issued a statement asserting that Jonathan Majors is innocent and has not abused anyone, and he will be fully exonerated.
You know what might force their hand, and I was thinking about this yesterday, Steve, is like if some of his co-stars in these future movies refuse to work with him, you know, and if they look at an issue like this and think, you know, I'm not going to be in the same movie as Jonathan Majors on principle, then Marvel is going to have to be like, we'd rather have, I don't know, Paul Rudd than Jonathan Majors.
And that, so that all of that is a possibility. And then what happens is one of the big things on a film set is getting insurance. Yeah. So, and you insure against stuff like this happening. But there's a whole maelstrom of things. I mean, it's not like he's a secondary character. He's going to be the main. He's the new Thanos.
I mean, this Kang Dynasty is one of the names of the movies coming up, and he's Kang.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll follow it, obviously, and tell you what's going on.
Miss Kang, if you're nasty.
Actress Jessica Chastain clarified her rule about signing autographs after a video of her refusing to sign a copy of the book The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo went viral on TikTok. And the clip showed the star telling a fan, I can't sign that just because I'm not doing it. And she clarified what that meant. She said, I've been asked multiple times by fans to sign books that I'm not attached to contractually because it feels wrong and like I'm taking credit for someone else's work. I'll say that I can't sign because I'm not doing it. That doesn't mean I've read a bad script. She said, I know how excited many of you are about adaptations. Please don't read too much into that video. There is no news about anything except that I'm on stage until June 10th. Hope to see you. And then she hashtagged it a doll's house. So she has been the subject of several fan campaigns to star as Celia St. James in a film adaptation of that book.
Yeah.
So people want her to play this role.
But she doesn't feel comfortable signing it if she's not attached to it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not her refusing to sign an autograph because she doesn't want to sign an autograph for you. It's because She's not a part of that.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like her a lot. She's somebody I would love.
I would love to see her enter the Marvel universe away from the X-Men as Tammy Faye Baker.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Right?
I didn't see that coming.
Hell,
Right?
yes.
That would be so cool.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I mean, her powers would have to do with makeup and hair
And her
or something
eyelashes.
like that. The eyelashes.
Like who God, I'm having who has the voice that the voice that can destroy planets?
Black Bolt.
Black Bolt.
Yes.
Her eyelashes clapping would be the same.
It causes a vibration that
Yeah.
can shatter the very foundation and tectonic plates.
When she starts crying, you don't want to make her
planet.
cry.
I love it. Wow. Okay. Travis Barker penned a touching tribute to his wife, Kourtney Kardashian Barker, on her 44th birthday.
And the son, they have kids together, don't they?
No.
Not yet. They just got. Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
They-
she
have a
has
baby.
kids. Yeah, right?
No, they have kids separate from each other. They
Oh,
just
all
got
right.
married.
I don't know.
thought- okay.
Hell.
He's got Alabama, right?
Yes. He does have a kid named
And
Alex.
Bob Barker.
And Bob Barker. And then she's got kids with the Scott guy.
Scott Disick.
Yep.
It is hard.
It's hard to keep track of it.
Don't worry, I got a notepad over here and everything.
We should keep an entertainment family tree behind you, Preston.
So the drummer wrote on Instagram Wednesday, "My soulmate.
My soulmate.
I'm so grateful that today you were born. You deserve everything your heart desires. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you smile. You stole my heart the moment we met. Happy birthday to the most beautiful, amazing woman to walk the face of the earth. I love you, my wife."
I can't wait till they're battling in court.
I was just going to say 4 months, Steve. 4 months.
You're a whore! You're a stinking whore!
Oh my God.
I mean,
It does happen, doesn't it?
does happen.
Uh-huh. You're a
Look
whore.
at some of the early stuff. You want to talk about one of the most contentious battles in celebrity history? Alec Baldwin and Kim
Basinger.
Basinger.
Yes.
Basinger.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
that was like brutal. And if you look at the earlier stuff, they're in love.
Yeah, yeah.
We're in love.
So Courtney responded to that post saying, "I'm crying because you make me so happy. I love you, my husband."
I love
Wait a
you, my
second.
husband.
Is she playing Connect 4 case here?
Oh my God.
Wait,
I
and
need
it's like-
to-
It's like
It's like a
Tiffany.
gold-
That is
Golden
the
Connect
bougiest
4.
Connect. I will kick her ass
I
in that.
love it.
Oh my God.
So what we're referring to here, since it's a photo, is her in front of a Connect 4 game, and they have gold pieces, and maybe the others are made of, I don't know, what would they? They're black, so
black,
some kind
yeah.
of obsidian or something, or onyx maybe.
Yeah, Onyx was a good call.
So Kris Jenner also shared some touching words for her beautiful firstborn and shopping buddy. The momager wrote, "It truly feels like yesterday that you were born. I can't believe how fast the time has gone. I can remember every precious, incredible milestone and how you came along that day and stole our hearts. You are such an incredible blessing and made all my dreams of becoming a mommy come true."
A momager.
Yep. All right, so some major stars wish they hadn't turned down the opportunity to appear in Steven Soderbergh's Ocean's 11. George Clooney said at the TCM Film Festival conversation with the director, "Some very famous people I know told us to F right off." And he said Mark Wahlberg, Johnny Depp, there were others. They regret it now. And then he said, "I regret doing effing Batman." Variety also reports, listen how they got Julia Roberts to join the cast. They sent her a script and they sent her a $20 bill along with it.
Oh, my God.
And so she thought that was funny.
They're all good buddies with her.
Yeah.
She's like, she works in that group. I really enjoy those movies.
I do too.
Yeah, I think they're I love caper movies.
I didn't make it through Ocean's 12,
It's
though.
all right. It's all right.
I watched like 15 or 20 minutes of it, and it took such a departure from the first one. I'm like, oh, I'm out. And I never really went back to it.
You
Not
don't
once.
need a lot. Like the Now You See Me movies, anything that's a caper that has sort of, a good ensemble,
Yeah.
it'll get me every time.
I really liked Ocean's 13, though. At 12,
Yes.
it was just kind of weird. And
Yep,
then, like,
I love
Julia
13.
Roberts was sort of playing Julia Roberts in it at one stretch, and Bruce Willis shows up as Bruce Willis. It was so inside and so, like, breaking the fourth wall or whatever.
Yeah.
But 13 was really good. And I thought Tom Pacino was terrific as sort of the bad guy.
Yep. So Bridget Fonda has no plans to return to acting. In video obtained by the Daily Mail, the 59-year-old single white female star told a paparazzo that she has no plans to return to Hollywood. He's asking, wouldn't you like to do it? And she said no. She said it's too nice being a civilian.
So I watched this video, and I believe her 100%. I think Hollywood, all of that is past her. She seems 100% authentic, and she's like, no.
Yeah.
I'm over that now.
You could hold a gun to my head.
Yeah.
And ask me who she was, and I would never be able to tell you. She looks completely different. Obviously, she's put on a lot of weight, but I mean, she looks happy, and everything. But I would not have recognized her at all. But she's not. She has no
husband again. Is it from the composer from Oingo Boingo?
Oh, Danny Elfman? Are they married?
Is Danny Elfman the husband? Can you do a quick check on that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, no,
there we go.
All right. Well, she's living a great life because he has a very successful career. So good for her. All right, I have story of someone who has changed their hair.
There's a problem here, though, Preston. When
What?
you do this, you got to give Kathy time to get the word out to the TV networks so that they know to cover these.
Well, this one is a little different than usual. Sometimes it's usually a young starlet or a pop singer or something like that. This time around, it's vocalist Steve Perry.
Oh my God!
The 74-year-old talented singer was seen during a hike in Los Angeles on Tuesday as he was seen for the first time.
Recording.
Yeah. So it's been about 2.5 years since Mike Tyson last stepped into a boxing ring. He fought Roy Jones in an exhibition at the Staples Center. About that resulted in a split draw. The fight was Tyson's first in over 14 years after saying shortly after his retirement that he wanted to participate in exhibition matches, but it never came to fruition beyond just one battle in 2006. Well, he's now 56. He's taking another extended break from the ring, but he says another exhibition could be in his future.
Oh.
He told TMZ Sports, "I'm just chilling out. I did that. I wanted to do that. I did that."
God, I'd love to see him. He's very eloquent. I'd love to see. I'd love to see him get back in the ring.
But he said, never say never. He said, people also in Saudi Arabia wants me to do this stuff too.
I'm sure, man.
I don't know. I could be persuaded. He didn't give a price, primarily because he did not want to speak in hypotheticals. However, I don't know if you can say hypotheticals. But however, when the
Are
dollars
you disparaging my speaking patterns?
are in front of him, he will start to think about it more. He said, when I see the money, my mind works clearer. I can't express myself clearly now financially. When I see the paper, the light just comes on.
So he's making some heavy money. He's got cannabis farm.
You know who he's hanging out with today?
Who's he hanging out with?
Ric Flair.
Oh, my God.
They're celebrating 420 together in Kansas City, Missouri.
I'd pay to sit in that room.
It's called the Smoky Rivers 420 Fest, and it's hanging out in KC together.
Did you guys see the footage of those two smoking their own blunts? They were outside somewhere.
Ric Flair and Mike Tyson?
Yes.
Oh.
It ended up on my probably my Instagram feed or my Twitter feed or whatever. Yeah. We're
looking at it
watching a
now,
video
Case. Yeah.
of them. Yeah, they're just sitting there smoking a. I mean, who smokes an entire blunt to their head? You know, like that's for sharing.
Yeah, but I mean, if you got your own company or whatever, you
Yeah.
can spark it up and crush it out whenever you want. So
Yeah, I was walking into the fashion district the other day, and some dude was smoking a blunt right outside the door. I was like, "Oh, I guess this is what we're doing now. We're just smoking
out in the
blunt.
open,
Yeah, out in the
smoking
open.
weed.
Yeah,
If it's good enough for Ric Flair.
So I love this video of and that's
Darko!
Jaleel White is in that video too.
did I smoke that?
Oh my God!
Wow,
that's funny.
We may have Tyson on the show in a couple of weeks.
All right,
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Excellent.
What's crazy is we're going to have Michael Spinks and Buster Douglas on at the same time, and then Tyson on at a different time on the same day.
We should stage in studio fights now.
Well,
Yeah,
those
that'd be-
two are in studio. Tyson will be on the phone.
Oh, all right.
What's Michael Spinks and Buster Douglas?
There's like a Golden Gloves event coming
all
to
right.
Philly that they're promoting.
very cool.
Yeah.
All right, this is also very cool, and hopefully it'll happen. Galaxy Quest is going from a fictional series to an actual TV series. Paramount Plus is teaming with the studio counterpart Paramount Television Studios for a live-action adaptation of the 1990 cult favorite sci-fi spoof.
I love that movie.
I do too.
It's so good. That cast though you need, I think, they was just a perfect cast.
Yeah. Sources say the project is in the early development stages and searching is underway for a writer to pair with Mark Johnson, who was a Breaking Bad alum and executive produced the film and is returning to the scripted update. So it's not their first attempt to adapt it for TV. The studio first develops a new take on the beloved pick. Of course, it starred Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman, Tony Shalhoub, Sam Rockwell, and others as a ragtag group of actors from a space-focused canceled TV show in 2015. That incarnation, a follow-up to the movie, sold to Amazon and came with the film's writer Robert Gordon attached to the pen to script. Johnson and the pick's director Dean Parasot were also involved in the project, but it never made it to the development stage. So
when Seth MacFarlane announced the Orville, I thought it was going to be basically Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
But really what he's done is he's kind of done a tribute to the next generation. So it's good, but it's not as good as original Star Trek material.
Then they talked about doing it on Amazon.
All
and then
right.
plans for that were put on hold when Alan Rickman died.
Yeah.
And now it's just kind of sat on a shelf.
Alan Rickman was
Oh, my God. he's
just so
great.
good, so damn good.
Yeah. So we'll see if this ends up happening, that could be a lot of fun. All right, and then one last thing. Here's a White Lotus season 3 update.
Oh.
And this is pretty cool because there will be someone returning in the third season. Natasha Rothwell is returning to the White Lotus. Now, she was in season 1. She played the spa manager.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
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 And at the resort, and she will reprise her role as Belinda Lindsay for season 3. So I love that they have at least one
Yes.
little thread
Yep.
I
for
felt
each one of these.
so bad for her.
I know.
Yeah.
You wanted to, and
Yes.
it's like, oh, no.
And you
Yeah.
know what? They referenced her in the second one at the very end. She said, "I should have given my money to her and,
No
and worked
kidding.
with her." Yeah.
Wow.
Do they say a possible location, Preston?
No,
Okay.
nothing on that yet. So,
What? Yeah, where they're filming?
yeah.
It's Thailand.
Oh, it is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How'd you know?
Look at you.
You should be doing the entertainment
Yeah, what am I
report.
doing over here?
I'm pretty sure we talked about it on the show, like maybe even earlier this week.
Was it with David Faustino?
No, he wasn't here.
Okay.
I wasn't here that day.
Oh, wait. No. I think what you're thinking of is who did we speak to from White Lotus recently? We spoke to.
John Grise.
Yeah, and he I think they filmed. No.
No.
He was in both seasons.
No.
No. I was going to
Variety-
say, I think they filmed some of
Here
them
we
in
go.
Thailand.
Variety previously reported that season 3 will be set in Thailand.
Kathy? Kathy got the scoop.
I like this show. It was great. You guys watched it and
Yeah.
were telling me for a while to watch it, and I finally went in and I like blew through the 2 seasons.
It is not like any other show.
Yeah, it's
I think.
unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we are now ready to play some clips for you.
Yay! I was excited.
We love clips.
You're on your phone.
I love that I'm on my phone playing clips.
Let me make some noise. Get to the sound effect.
Yeah! That's how you cover like a business meeting if you're not paying. Yeah!
The second season of Mike Judge's Beavis and Butthead returns with more adventures and plenty of idiocracy. In this clip, creator Mike Judge talks about the show's development. Here we go.
We've stayed pretty true to who the characters are, but there's a lot of fun stuff. There's they watch YouTube videos and TikTok videos now, which has been a lot of fun to do. they let's see. We have, like I say, we have episodes where they're middle-aged. Butthead is just like this big old useless guy. They're on all kinds of government assistance. They're a burden on society.
I like the fact that they'll watch YouTube videos and TikTok. That's wide open for material.
The show is on. When Beavis and Butthead first came out, I was like, what in the F? And then I sat with it for a while and kept going back to it, and then I just loved it. And this new version of it, Preston, picks right. Nick, you've been watching, right?
Yeah. Like it never fails to make me laugh.
Yeah.
It's moronic but smart.
It's available now on Paramount Plus if you want to see that. All right, here's our next clip. Evil Dead Rise is the newest addition to gore and comedy films. And here, director Lee Cornyn talks about creating the thriller.
I kind of thought about character first, but then when it came to those elements you've listed, I called the gore the horror. I thought about those elements as much as I possibly could, but I also wanted there to be little pieces of light in the story, like little release valves where there's little bits of kind of levity and humor and kind of funny lines that break the tension ever so slightly.
Evil Dead Rise is available on HBO Max tomorrow, if you would like to see that.
Little preview to what you're going to be seeing tomorrow with the movie reviews, Preston.
Yep.
Right now, 96% on Rotten Tomatoes.
For
Evil Dead Rises.
Okay.
So think of the original Evil Dead tone meets quarantine in it, so it's in a building.
All right.
I like it, Dad.
Very interesting. All right, and that's the last story I have in the entertainment report. I do want to remind you we're less than an hour away from your first shot of winning $1,000 this morning. It's MMR's Concert Cash and tickets to the MMRBQ September 16th, by the way. Let's get you on that. So don't miss it. 8 and 10 with us alone, and then we do it the rest of the day, noon, 3, and 5 p.m. We will be back in just a moment, so stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Believe it or not, from Cosmos, from Cosmopolitan Magazine.
That's all we read.
The most popular horror movie the year you were born.
Ooh, okay.
And this was kind of a bitch slap to you emotionally, wasn't it, Preston?
It starts 2 years after I was born.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a fire drill.
We have a flashing strobe in the studio, that's why. 1991 was Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I don't consider it a horror movie, but many do. So it was more suspense and...
Thriller.
And thriller, yeah, exactly.
Thriller. Scary. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lecter. I'll be working closely with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Let me out. Let me out. What's the problem? Let me out of here.
They finally found the thing that broke Lecter.
Just found your great cellmate.
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter. Holy Jesus. We're going to become fast friends. Oh, my God. What are you?
He's pounding on the glass.
Let me out!
He's trying to get to that opening where they put the food.
Why? Wait, what's wrong? I'm going to let my gloves dry out here on the end of the bed.
You didn't want to play quid pro quo with him?
Nothing. Nah.
Yeah.
I got a better game, Twister.
Oh, my God. Well, 1991, it was the number one horror film.
Let's play Pictionary.
1993. All right, here you go again. 1993. But I guess it would all depend on what was out that year. Go ahead. You want to guess?
You're not going to say Jurassic Park, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But it was Fire in the Sky.
Wait, what was 92?
Did I skip 92?
I think so.
Turner and Hooch.
It's not on here. The Mystery Year, 1992.
What? They just skipped it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a movie called Hannibal and Michael.
Oh,
let me out! What is that music? Oh no! Oh, you lead a deranged life.
Well, Candyman.
I once ate a census taker's liver with some fava beans and Chianti. I once had a Boy Scout Jamboree party at my house the entire weekend. Holy Christ. And it tasted good.
Oh, my God.
I sauteed them with Jesus juice. I change diapers on my monkey every day. Holy Christ. And I piss in bottles and leave them around the house. And my nose comes off. Get me out of here!
I mean,
I'm 40 years old and I have parties for 9-year-old boys. Holy Jesus! This can. Why? Let me out!
Oh my God!
We can have such fun.
Can you do that list again? Because seriously, when you list it like that, oh my God.
Hey, Blammers, I change the diaper on my monkey every day. I piss in bottles. I have an entire staircase as a tribute to Home Alone. I bounce Emmanuel Lewis up and down on my lap all throughout every award show. I drink Jesus juice. My nose comes off. I used to be black. And I made my kids wear Mardi Gras masks. And have a train, but a real one.
Lecter admits everything. He just
I will tell you right now how you can get in touch with Buffalo people. I have a dress.
I have his whole
Exact
address.
longitude and latitude.
Oh God! Oh man!
Get me out.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Lecter. Oh my God!
We're going to be good friends.
Corn has launched its new coffee brand called Corn Coffee.
Corn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Corn Coffee.
If you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee, a process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of Corn Coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma. And most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Corn Coffee.
Next up, Corn Licorice.
Corn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Corn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is corn coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
This,
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
we need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a couple.
This is our new
Yeah, a
blend.
cup.
It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
That's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
God. Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
No, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup.
That'd be ridiculous. Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you asked, have you decided what you like, sir?
Nanapia.
Nanapuya.
Nanapia. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Corn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know,
But
I think you're right though, Preston. Stop and check it out at least to
just
some
see
degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your
Well, that's
boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. Like, what the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if here we go again. Now there was only one other incident, but
there's a lot of statues
still
being pulled down for various reasons. Where you had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature, and if they believe, there's it's kind of the thing. But this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Why?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways and stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad, and deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
and he gave us
that. Honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
the crumb bum.
I'll take you out back, both of yous.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah. Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Yeah, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum.
Crumb Bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There is a Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir,
Ram.
Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya.
Why?
Stand up, please.
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you, sir?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
Sir, one more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to have an answer to our
You're
question.
a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras, sir?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
He
did.
Listen to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor. Yeah. You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement. but-
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the
was a cop.
statue.
He
Yeah,
was
the
a cop,
statue's
right?
1-to-1 scale.
Yeah,
I'll break it over your head.
yeah. I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3. And I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
with 3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy
me
loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill yous all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Dude, calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know.
Talking.
Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. As we have stated a couple times, today is April 20th, which is 420, and that is, of course, the international celebration. I assume it's international. I know it's definitely national of marijuana and all things pot.
As you're saying all this, I realize, what is the derivation of Ford?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Because I've got the history of it.
Right.
And I know we've mentioned it before, but it's easy to kind of forget because it's this weird little thing that happened. The most credible story traces to Marin County, California in 1971.
That's it.
There were 5 students at San Rafael High School, and they would meet at 4:20 in the afternoon by the campus statue of Louis Pasteur.
Right.
And they would get high. And they chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. And the group of guys, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, and Larry Schwartz, and also Mark Gravich, became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. There was a wall there, and they called them Waldos.
As simple as that.
So they would say 420 to each other just as a code.
Yeah.
So, if they were in the hallways at school, they'd say, 420, and it was just for them to know. Now, the interesting thing is how it got out into
national.
Yeah. And to become part of pop culture. So,
and I want to find out if it has extended to other countries as well.
That is a good question. Yeah. I'll bet you it has. So Reddix, one of the guys, told Time Magazine in 2017, he said, "We got tired of the Friday night football scene with all the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stand smoking a doobie, wondering what we're doing there." And it continued long after 4:20 p.m. as well. The group challenged each other to find ever more interesting things to do under the influence, calling their adventures safaris.
Safari.
Yeah.
Sick.
Go safari.
Doobies.
So here's where it started to catch on. So later on, Reddix's brother helped him get work with the Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh.
Oh, boy.
As a roadie.
That's like the dream job if you're a pothead.
So the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. And on December 28th, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke, quote-unquote, 420 on April 20th at 4:20 p.m. And one ended up with this guy named Steve Bloom. And Steve was a former reporter for High Times magazine.
Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I would
Steve.
imagine, God, if it had gone away before all of this, it'd be a crime.
So the magazine printed the flyer in 1991 and continued to reference the number, and soon it became known worldwide, it says here, Steve, worldwide as code for marijuana.
You know what High Times should have done? And if they haven't done it yet, maybe they can, because it's such a good idea, Steve. One of their pages should be smokable.
I think I know the case, I think years ago when it was really a controversial magazine and be on the shelf, didn't they include what they called a roach clip in one of their issues?
No, but like it's a paper.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a paper magazine, like maybe page 4 or page 20.
Right.
You know?
And it's smokable.
Rolling papers or actual marijuana?
No. Like,
but something
like
you
a
can
rolling
roll
paper,
up
like
in.
a blunt wrap or something that you could roll it into.
I get
and
Acid
smoke that,
magazine and their tabs of acid on it. No, it's I remember how controversial that look, I don't smoke, I don't use the product myself. Yeah, but again, it's another one of these situations where I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by what's the big in Amsterdam, they have the
Cannabis Cup.
Cannabis Cup. There's a documentary about it that is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't smoke anymore either, but like I did, and it was like sort of ritualistic. I will tell you that like once I started it like kind of like took over. It was like everything to me, and
I have a history with 15. So I said, I grew up. My sister, my uncles, they were all weed smokers. It was around me even before I was a teenager, and I was kind of used to it. But I started around that time, and I have never quit, and I enjoy it. Now I am not the level of some weed smokers.
You're
there
not
are
Doug
people,
Benson.
There are people who just smoke it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm an everyday user, but I am not, and I have my medical marijuana card. but I'm not a just get baked out of my gourd person.
Preston, the agent who used to book me into colleges and book me around in my early days of stand-up comedy smoked pot the way most people smoke cigarettes,
right?
Like heavy cigarettes. So he was constantly smoking pot. And I'd have to say to him, is there any effect at this point? And he would say, not really. I mean, that's how much he smoked.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was a decade ago, 12 years ago, we would occasionally have people from Normal on our show talking about making it legal and recognizing it. Essentially, for the most part, those guys have won. I mean, I really find it to be fairly it's not really an issue anymore. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to. If you do, you have options to do so in most states. And I like that. You know, to me, it's one of those things where, like, it was being done so much anyway. If you want to smoke legally, now most of the places you can. Even Utah, for crying out loud, there are legal shops.
Do you know what's happening now, though? And I just read an article out of California where the image of I'm a local grower and I'm doing my own. Those businesses are getting swallowed up by corporate.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing's happening with that industry as well.
It's funny, though. I mean, because I don't want to be, like, super prudy and stuff like that, but I do feel like there's a time and place. And, like, I don't feel like I should be walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking into the fashion district of Philadelphia, or walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking down the boardwalk in Wildwood. And it happens. But at the same time, the pot in New Jersey is just as legal as people drinking their White Claws on the beach, and I have no problems with that. But I think the difference is like I'm not smelling your...
It's not wafting over.
You don't get a contact buzz from somebody drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And you may not necessarily from smoking weed, but if you're someone who's in recovery and you go by and you smell that, you have inhaled a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can see that be concerning, especially for people who've gone through
What about
recovery.
cigarettes, though, man? You've defended people smoking cigarettes out in front of a building in the past.
Yeah, I know, but I love the smell of cigarettes.
Everyone picks their poison.
No, in fact, I haven't. Not out in front of the building. Like, I think, like, here at this building or, like, at a mall or something like that, you need to give them cover, right? Like, when it's raining out, it's not like, oh, tough crap, you stinky, filthy smokers. Like, go smoke in the rain.
Stinky people.
Yeah.
But, so you're talking about make some sort of area where they can congregate.
But not for the pot smokers?
Right outside the entrance?
Well, but you're the one that said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm right out. Okay, first of all, it's not legal in Pennsylvania recreationally, right? Like
in Philadelphia, it is.
Yeah.
Recreationally? Smoking legally is recreational in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania is odd because it's by municipality in most areas. Smoking weed, as far as I understand it, is allowed in Philadelphia in public.
I don't know.
Let's check that.
It's the public thing that I'm curious about, Nick. I think that you can have small amounts and it's okay, but consumption, there are regulations on when and where you can do that.
Can you be the mayor giving a speech smoking a blunt?
You're the mayor, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Whether people buy marijuana legally in New Jersey or illegally in the underground market, it's a crime for them to possess, consume, grow, or sell marijuana in Pennsylvania.
Except in certain instances.
Okay. All right. Well, we can...
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's odd, and that's part of the reason why it's still so strange, is that there are... it varies from state to state, and not only does it vary from state to state, in Pennsylvania, it varies from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
And federally, you can still get in trouble for it, even though it's legal.
Oh, they got to shake all this stuff out. What kills me, Preston, is about this, the creation of 420 as a thing. There's a good organization attached to a commercial that we run on air that mentions DBH. Do bong hits is what I hear.
Of
course. And that this thing would take off and become the thing from a school playground, with DBH was your school thing.
Yep, that was our thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And our
DBH, we had it written all over our notebooks and stuff,
Our thing in college was, Hendrix, right? So we would, be at a party or whatever. Like, okay, we're going to be at Hendrix at like midnight. All right, meet me at Hendrix. But Hendrix was a gravestone. It was somebody's name. And there was a graveyard next to our fraternity house, and all the way back in the far back of the cemetery.
That's where you guys would congregate?
Right next to this big tree. It was the biggest, and the last name on the headstone was Hendrix. And it was, so when you're talking about DBH and 420, like
these things become lore.
They're these cool little ritualistic things that and it's code, right? Like not everybody knew what Hendrix was, and you could say that, and people knew what you were talking about.
Right.
I think line one might be able to help us.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I have Mike on the phone, who is a police officer in Philadelphia. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, we're a little confused, Mike. That's clear.
But that's par for the course.
Maybe you can help us out here. What's the story with marijuana, smoking it, possessing it in Philadelphia?
So it is recreational use. You can walk down the street and smoke it. It is basically when I'm working in the city and we're driving by and you smell it, it's like, oh, well, that's just the new smell of Philly. So instead of, you get down to the subway when we're working down there and you're like, oh, that's the smell of Philly. But up on the street, it's just the smell of weed everywhere.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that you could smoke it outside. And that is Nick correct in that it's only.
Here's the thing. I'm partially correct. And maybe, Mike, you can expand a little bit upon this. It's decriminalized. However, it's not legal. But I don't know what the difference between decriminalization and legality is.
I mean, realistically, there is no. I'm sure there is a nuance, and if you're caught with it with like a certain amount and it's all baggied up, then yeah, it could be that it's criminalized. However, it's gotten to the point now where it's so prevalent out there that there's no point in doing anything about it because of how willing people are to just say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's so low level that it's hardly worth the waste of time.
Exactly.
And
somebody. So the biggest things you get is still federally. It's not, and I'm a federal law enforcement. So even for us, though, we're not touching it because there's no, nobody's going to touch for a couple joints or a couple, whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to even mess with it. But if you're flying out of the airport and you have it in your bag, like your carry-on bag, and they do the search, yeah, it's getting confiscated. You're not going to go through it because at that point, once you go through, it's a federal building.
That's why you got to pick up the ass buddy for transporting your pot.
Right. I mean,
so they're going to confiscate, but they're not going to arrest you?
Correct. It depends on the amount, though. I mean, you might get like a citation and like almost like an ROR where they're going to give you a citation for it, depending. But most of the time, they're just going to take it and let you travel on, especially if you have a medical marijuana card.
Yeah.
But they could,
and
right?
There are some nuances. With that where, and I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not 100% privy on it because that's more local level.
Right.
And I know for us, we're not dealing with it unless we're actually finding it by the tonnage or the big pounds. And then it's like, oh, all right, that's for us.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a different question? Because I've heard about from people who said they don't want to get a medical marijuana card because then they wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. It's like you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Is that
is false.
Okay.
False. Okay.
That is false. So I have friends of mine that have the medical marijuana card and also have a Pennsylvania state carry permit. So it is false. It's there's obviously if you get caught carrying and you were smoking and you're high, yeah, there's some implications, right? It's just like drinking. Like even for me as a Fed, I can basically carry anywhere. However, where I can't carry is anytime if I decide to have a drink, right? I'm not supposed to have it on me, and if I do, that's it. It doesn't matter who I am and what I am. It's an automatic. Oh, okay, yep, you're done.
Okay,
right?
So
because that's the implications.
Let me ask you, Mike. So I do a lot of human trafficking, but I want to get a Class C license.
Yeah,
is that going to be an issue?
I mean, it won't be. But what's your address again?
All right, Mike. We appreciate the info. Take care, bud.
No problem. Thanks for talking.
All right, see you later.
Hi, Mike.
All right, we actually have a police sergeant.
There you go.
Who wants to correct a couple of things that Mike may have missed out on. So, and he's in Philly as well. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, it's just that you look so nice.
That's a great callback.
All right, Joe. What? We're good, man. So, what's the? What can you clear up about this conversation?
Yes, I need to retrain Mike. Mike's pretty close on a couple things. It is not legal. It is decriminalized.
Okay.
Meaning, anything less than 30 grams possession, it will be confiscated, and you get issued a ticket for $25.
Okay.
If you're smoking it, the ticket is actually $100. But a code violation notice is the same thing we issue for a house with high grass, or if you're like smoking in the entrance of a business because businesses don't allow smoking. It's a ticket.
Okay.
So it's not that big a deal as long as you pay it. There's no criminal offense. You don't have to disclose anything on a job application.
Okay. That's what I thought. I thought that there was that you can't be just standing out on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, just huffing away. I thought that was, if not illegal, some type of a violation.
Yeah, but it's become so prevalent. It's almost become that drinking a beer in a brown paper bag.
Right.
Cops aren't going to chase everybody through the park.
Yeah, you're
on your porch, or your
situational.
house, or in your car. We're not going to make an issue about it.
Joe, you'd gum up. I mean, if you were to go after everybody, you'd be gumming up. The paperwork alone would be insane going through all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd make it 2 blocks from headquarters before I
Yeah.
So,
All right, say, Sergeant, real quick, because I just got another text from my friend who is a state trooper here in Pennsylvania, and he says that guy is absolutely wrong about the medical marijuana card and firearms. He says you absolutely cannot have a medical marijuana card and purchase a firearm in Pennsylvania. He
Is
said
it
that
purchase
is
a firearm or
purchase
concealed permit?
purchase a firearm.
Your state trooper friend is exactly right. If you have a medical marijuana card in Pennsylvania, it automatically prevents you from being able to apply for and purchase a firearm.
But if you had a firearm first, what if you? I'm sorry. What if you had a firearm first?
In theory, you're supposed to turn it into the state if you get caught. Now, I imagine nobody's kicking down your door to take your legally purchased firearm because you got a card. But it's probably in your best interest to maybe not disclose.
Wow.
Why is that, though?
Just go visit Jersey more often.
Why is that? What is the reasoning behind that?
Because it's federal. So the state, which is
got it.
when you purchase a firearm, you have to register it with the state.
Right.
When you purchase that firearm, because it's state, it's all submitted to the federal government.
All right.
Whereas
Got
the
it.
federal government, all marijuana is still illegal.
All right, Joe, let me throw this scenario out to you. Let's say I have a medical marijuana card. I am defending my home. Someone breaks into my house. I have a firearm. I use it. Does that complicate things?
It can and it can't. What you're looking at, I mean, is you can justify the use of deadly force. In theory, I can take my firearm and leave it at my father's house. And if my father used that firearm to defend his property, he violated no law. He was not in possession of that firearm outside the house.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, what about driving under the influence of marijuana? And does that vary from state to state?
It does. And one of the issues in Pennsylvania they talked about is because we're kind of decriminalizing and there's the medical, when you get pulled over for DUI for alcohol, there's a limit you have to reach. It's 0.08 is the limit of alcohol. If you're below 0.08, you don't get charged with an offense.
Right.
If you have any marijuana in your system, and I believe it can last anywhere from 3 to 7 days, depending on the level. If you have any marijuana in your system, you're automatically charged.
DUI.
Even if you smoked weed 2 days ago and you have trace amounts, because that they test for, I think there's a doctor in court who does this part, but I always look at his sheets. They test for THC, and I think it's delta hydrocannabinoid 9 or something. And when they test for all of that, as long as it shows up in the system, you're charged with 3802D, which is the drug offense.
So you're just like a bad driver on a certain day, and you just do a dick move as you're driving. But if they test for it, and it could be a couple of days old, they'll charge you with that under the influence.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they've been talking about addressing because you can leave the bar and you're at 0.06, you're free to go home, but you have that little bit of marijuana and we smell. Drug test.
So and it's the weird thing, Joe, and we talk about this because there's so many from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from state to state. There's the lack of parity, and again, I was reading an article in the paper about how it's hard to really, at the time of arrest, determine how far along someone is if they've smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, they need to refine the testing process, but you would think that would have been done by now. You know, because it's been around for a long
I think
time.
it's one of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think so.
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
Well, so the firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
Okay, got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're
Got it.
still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, like, I couldn't even umpire a softball game.
Yeah, could you imagine going into a drug bust? I thought you said go into the back.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that, because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules.
Seriously.
Yeah, people trying to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks
still
around
think-
toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that
Play
I
some
would
Journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these great little memories. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been. And I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times, was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff, and I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
I just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
Well, had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. It's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for it to kick in. You've got to wait.
Yeah,
you have to wait.
End up curled up.
So you find out what your level is.
In the fetal position. I am pro weed. I do think that when it comes to teenagers, you really have to be cautious.
Yes.
It affects teenage brains differently than it affects adult
absolutely
brains.
does, yeah.
And so I think that needs to be, you have to be really, really cautious if you're younger than 18. Preston, have you ever been to Amsterdam?
I have not.
I have. And it's beautiful. And when I went there, it was like 96 or 97. The fact that weed culture was legal there really changed my perspective on a lot of things. And I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
It's fun to get high and go to art museums.
Steve, I just out of nowhere just started getting like really paranoid on it. And so like
that's a common
Yeah.
Side effect, is it not?
Well, it can be. And so, but you know, and I had a friend who stopped because she was getting paranoid and I didn't get that. It didn't register with me until it started happening to me in Preston one time. We partook, and then we were at a bar, and it was on the same day as the Kentucky Derby. And there was a guy at the bar who was just taking bets for the Kentucky Derby. So, like, no harm, no foul.
Right.
It's not some big gambling ring or anything like that. So I placed a bet for a trifecta and then I sit down and I see these guys sitting at a table, and I was convinced that they were the FBI and they were going to.
Oh my God!
And that they were going to bust the place for illegal gambling.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I called my wife and had her pick me up. I was like, get me out of here. Well, I'm like, we're gonna get arrested.
To be arrested by the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Right? I swear to God.
Homeland Security's here. They're going to arrest me.
That's why, honestly, I've never been drunk and I've never been into this, but I have no issue with it whatsoever. My thing is that paranoia and fear of losing control.
Paranoia, anxiety.
Anxiety.
Like, you know, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be the first person that dies of a heart attack from smoking pot.
I think I'm too much of a puss.
Yeah.
To you know.
I think the NBA just took steps recently to decriminalize it amongst players because it's so prevalent among NBA. I mean, a lot of athletes.
They haven't been testing for years.
Right, but you could get fined or suspended for it. And then, I think a lot about hockey players because they beat the crap out of each other every night, and then they turn to opiates and or coke or alcohol.
Yeah,
and there's a strong movement in the NHL to make weed legal in that sport because it can treat players a lot. Riley Cote, man, that guy's an interesting dude, and his perspectives on marijuana are fascinating.
He made a whole cottage industry out of it.
When I go to a dispensary, almost always you will see people sitting in the waiting room. Sometimes you have to wait to get back.
Preston!
To go in. No. Well, actually, they do. Sometimes they welcome me like that. But you'll see people who clearly need pain management, and they're with canes and just look like they're there to get medicine.
I've told you this many times before, so I don't use pot. I have no desire to. However, in my own life, I've said this story about my mother battling the pain of cancer. She was in late stages of her life. The only thing that alleviated the pain at the end there was pot that we were able to get for her. So yes, absolutely, I can see that.
Well, it is indeed 420, and thank you for the calls. By the way, some that I didn't get to, one of them, Jessica, said she had a bartender and a bud tender at her wedding.
Wow.
She's going to.
Oh, she's going to. Oh, that's a pretty sweet deal. And Joe, who called in, he worked at a deli, and their phrase to go smoke weed was check the roof. Because apparently they'd go and I guess go up on the roof and get stoned and come back. So, but anyhow, indeed, it is 420. So thought a little discussion was warranted. What we're going to do is take a break, come back in a second, and have your chance. Your first chance to win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll get the bizarre file as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR. Back at friends, just the three of us, four of us, me and you.
4 or 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here, too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay? You're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep?
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're creep brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are creep brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, creep crumb, pansy crumb, creep creme, crumb, brulee creep creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the three of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you. And now, Stan Bowman hasn't said anything for like 5 minutes.
He actually fell asleep. What are you, Stan? Are you asleep?
Wake up.
I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, in there looking in the window there.
Just me.
There is a
You're
here.
crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep, lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb
He
creep.
keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one, then two,
And
now
you're a Methodist.
now he's up to
What?
he's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know,
yeah.
like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass, crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in
Wait,
Chestnut Hill.
wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list? It's in the closet. No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me a number.
By the way, Marissa.
I remembered it.
By the way,
He gets a
Marissa,
call late at night.
no, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A la moron. Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited that.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay. I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go,
you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would have
memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court
lucky.
Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
Love at first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you
Okay.
would spray your indoor
like a
plants.
spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own
regular,
goddamn diner.
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you,
Yeah.
like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still gonna taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I just recently had some butt issues the other day, man.
Packing a flounder, didn't you?
Packing a flounder.
I told Casey about it. I had to make what my friend calls a butt tampon out of toilet paper.
Oh, yes.
By
We've
the
all
way,
been there.
What?
We've all been there.
No,
Really?
Well, so,
no, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we have not all been there.
Not Kathy. Come to say you call it swamp ass.
Yeah.
You call it a visit from your friend.
Oh, and she and Kathy always insists that it's because
Just take
of
a shower.
my hygiene. That's not
You
it.
are dirt. Your ass is dirty.
It's from cleaning too much.
There, he's right.
You rub it raw.
He's right. You
It's what
rub it raw.
happened.
Yes.
No, just get in the shower. That
do this-
clean,
I do
not
it.
wipe with toilet paper.
No, Kathy did, and it's painful.
I don't believe you.
Oh my God! You can just suck it.
Here's the deal. So I can tell you, I have a spotless butt. I'm telling, spick and span. But sometimes I tend to overclean.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
We
No
worked
such
together for
thing.
20 years, and
You never know.
You never know.
And I apologize for never turning around and parting my cheeks to show you.
Preston, you told me about packing a flounder the other day.
That's what it's called, by the way. Somebody years ago told us. My friend used to call that packing a flounder.
What? Putting
Toilet
the
paper
tissue in.
between your butt cheeks.
Yeah, it's a butt tampon.
to help to keep the chafing down.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're pre-med, keep listening because this is valuable information.
But I just have a question for you because you were telling me
That hadn't happened in years, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
I had an issue with it the other day, and it's all better now. I'm great.
There you go.
Go ahead.
And we do share a lot of intimate information.
Of
with
course
each
we
other.
do.
But you had told me this packing the flounder thing, and I was thinking about it later on in the day because it had a tone as if you thought,
It was wistful.
As if you thought I have packed a flounder before.
No, I just remember you
Okay.
finding it funny.
Okay.
I remember you finding that particular phrase funny, and that's why I brought
It is
up
a
to
funny
you.
phrase.
Yeah.
But I've yet to pack a flounder.
Okay. Well, count yourself
Yes.
lucky, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Because it's not a fun experience.
Few the proud.
I woke up in the middle of the night and did it. I told you that. Yeah, I went to the restaurant.
It can be quite uncomfortable.
I'm going to pack a flounder now.
Yes.
And I did, and it helped, and it worked.
You know what? You're missing a product here, and Preston's flounders.
Yeah.
Flounder packers.
Preston's, there's a little alliteration there with the P, packing a flounder. Preston's, but I need flounder packer, maybe something like that.
Preston's fantastic flounder packer. It's kind of like like an alliterative sandwich with the P's on the outside and the F's in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
Fantastic flounders and how to pack them.
I like that
That's
too.
not bad.
It's a little long.
Yeah, it is.
Please welcome of Simple Minds, Mr. Jim Kerr.
Yeah.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much. A real pleasure to be here.
And by the way, Jim Kerr, I believe, is actually how you pronounce your last name, correct?
You've got it right. In Glasgow, they would say that.
In Glasgow.
Here, they say more kind of Kerr. Kerr. Which is nice. But we're a bit hard on the E. Kerr.
It reminds you where you are, I guess, when you hear your name pronounced a certain way.
Well, my mother's favorite actress was Deborah Kerr.
Ah, it's a good choice.
So, nice compliment.
There you go.
I would like to. I'm going to start by throwing a lot of love your way. Your performance, and I'll get right to the song that broke the band in the United States. Don't You Forget About Me. Your performance of that particular song means so much to me. 1986, around that range. Was when I was a senior in high school. The Breakfast Club, the film had come out, and it just spoke directly to a person like me. The song was such a huge part of the emotional impact of that film, and it has now become my almost. It's tangible, the emotion that I feel when I hear the song. It takes me back to that time in my life that was so important in my own personal development. I'm actually getting a little choked up here when I'm talking. And you were the passion in your voice. Now I'm probably going to overuse the word passion as we talk to you, Jim, because that's how I always categorize your vocal style. You're singing very, very passionate. And at that time, it rose above a lot of the other things that were on the radio at the time. And so, number one, I want to thank you. And I know that song wasn't written by you or your bandmates, but I think what you did with it just went above and beyond.
It's the performance.
And surpassed what that song really was.
Well, it's an honor to have any song that means so much to people, but particularly with that song.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we can do this right here now.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word is give, Give, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do it through our contest page at WMMR.com, on the MMR app, or text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. All the MMR winners will get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th, and tickets are on sale now. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. For MM Barbecue details, text word finally to 39333, and you'll get a link to the information. It's sponsored by Meineke, and the word again is give, Give. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone? Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern PA. 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. All right. You may want to watch what you call some people. An 11-year-old Mill Creek, Washington, 11-year-old in Mill Creek, Washington, was stabbed multiple times at a Dollar Tree after calling a 29-year-old man an NPC. And that stands for non-player character used in video games. Describes characters that isn't controlled by the player. Friendly NPCs typically engage in repetitive, predictable behavior, which has led to the term NPC being used as an insult when used to describe another person. While NPC being used as an insult is nothing new, it seems to have become more popular recently. And on Wednesday, Joshua Fedorov and his 11-year-old friend yelled at a stranger identified as 29-year-old Joshua David Pence. The kid called Pence an NPC. Pence allegedly responded by brandishing a knife, chasing the kids into a Dollar Tree store.
Wow.
Pence then stabbed the 11-year-old multiple times, injuring his lung and liver. And the 11-year-old was hospitalized, but has survived the attack and is back home. The family has set up a GoFundMe for those interested in donating.
So the guy was a PIC, playable insane character.
There you go. Meanwhile, Pence has been arrested and charged with 2 counts of assault. Obviously, he's deranged. But that's what pushed him over the edge, was an 11-year-old calling him an NPC. That's crazy. All right, in Ohio, a former Vinton Township fiscal officer has been sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison and ordered to repay almost $340,000, which he stole from his office and used in part to purchase a wildebeest, owls, hot tubs, a drum set, a gazebo, and a snow cone machine.
Hey, Earl, where'd you get the wildebeest?
So
well, it's a funny story.
Cyril Vierstra stole $339,000 in public funds from operations of Vinton Township to buy several exotic animals and numerous items for his own personal use or for a primate exhibit at his roadside zoo.
He's got a roadside zoo?
He does. He doesn't have you can't split your time between your regular job and your roadside zoo. In 2017, the auditor received a complaint with allegations that Veristra was misusing township debit cards and credit cards, and the resulting investigation led to a review of records, which uncovered questionable transactions to fund renovations to his residence and for expenses at the Union Ridge Wildlife Center.
Yes, I'm still waiting on a delivery of a hyena.
The refuge hosted animals including tigers, owdads, which I've never heard of before.
That's when your father steps on your foot.
Capuchins, chimpanzees, lemurs, macaques, spider monkeys, birds of prey, and cranes.
That's
By the way,
insane.
it's spelled A-O-U-D-A-D. That's an owdad. I guess that's how you pronounce that. Veerstra created fake invoices, billing slips, and other fraudulent documents to hide his activities, which included 812 debit card transactions, totaling over $127,000 on an online auction website. On there, he bought items such as a drone, a video game system, tricycles, telescopes, a dishwasher, custom-built enclosures for his refuge facility, 2 snow owls from England, and a wildebeest. Using public funds, he also obtained 5 hot tubs, an above-ground pool, a gazebo, outdoor grills, a popcorn cart.
How many hot tubs do you need?
A projector screen, kayaks, pressure washers, and a CPR mannequin.
Now, mind you, there's some of those things I can see, but some of them are a little excessive.
This is the most random collection of items I've ever heard of.
Preston, the hot tubs are for the wildebeests.
He was sentenced to 59 months in prison, plus at least 18 months and up to 3 years of mandatory post-release control, and he has to pay restitution as well.
Never heard a list like that ever.
What is that, an owdad?
Yeah, it's a Barbary sheep is another name for it, and they're really beautiful creatures.
They are. All right.
I think I want one too.
So 2 members, this is another one of these messed up, somebody shot somebody stories. Okay, so 2 members of an elite competitive cheerleading team were shot Tuesday morning after one of the athletes reportedly mistakenly tried to get into the wrong car after practice. So
What the hell's going
You
on?
had somebody going to the wrong house the other day. You had
Right.
somebody pulling into the wrong driveway the day after that. And now you got somebody going in the wrong car. And all these people have been shot.
You know what? I think people need to learn the phrase, may I help you?
Yeah. Instead of
bam.
Bam. So the 4 young women drove from the Round Rock area of Texas to Woodlands Elite Cheer Company 3 times each week for practice, which, by the way, is a 360-mile round trip. Just after midnight, cheerleader Heather Roth said she got out of her friend's car, opened the door to a vehicle she believed to be her own that was in the lot. Roth said that there was a man sitting in the passenger seat, so she initially panicked, thinking a stranger was inside her car, and got back into her friend's vehicle. When she noticed a man approach their vehicle, she said she rolled down the window to apologize, telling them she thought it was her car. Roth said the man threw up his hands, pulled a gun, and started shooting.
Whoa.
The lot manager witnessed the gunman shoot at the vehicle multiple times before fleeing the area. Roth suffered a graze wound and was treated and released on the scene, but her teammate, Peyton Washington, was shot in the leg and the back. She was flown to a nearby hospital in critical condition. Peyton, according to Roth, she said, Peyton opens up the door and she started throwing up blood.
God.
A coach said Washington, an incoming athlete for Baylor's acrobatic and tumbling team, suffered damage to multiple organs and had to have her spleen removed. She's expected to undergo additional surgeries throughout the week. By the way, she had already been competing with 1 lung, and I don't know what the story is behind that. Police arrested the alleged gunman, 25-year-old Pedro Rodriguez Jr. He is charged with deadly conduct. Police said they obtained surveillance footage of the parking lot that captured the moment shots were fired, but have not released the video to the public as of yet.
That's crazy.
All right, one last quick lighter story to end with. In Pennsylvania, the new Cumberland Borough Police Department says that they're encouraging a benign 420 day, and they're offering special services to residents on a day recognizing cannabis culture. The department says that they are willing to check any product for free that residents want to bring by the station, and they said for your troubles, you will get a regular-sized bag of Doritos.
All right.
And they said if someone wants to turn in their dealer, they'll give you a family-sized bag of Doritos.
This is like the hospital's X-raying candy on Halloween.
So it's the new Cumberland Borough Police Department that is offering that service, should you dare. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, it is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. That means you have a little over 5 minutes to get the word give to us. And that is MMR's Concert Cash keyword. And you can text it 45911, or you can send it through the app, or you can go through WMMR.com. But make sure you get that word sent over to us, and the word is give. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, and we got some things we're going to dive into, as well as more concert cash throughout the course of the morning. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93
93.3 WMMR.
The subsequent generations as well seem to have. It still seems those John Hughes movies, he really hit a nerve. And I know what you mean in the sense that, you know, I'm a music fan as well, and there's still. It's an amazing thing with music. Even more than film, I think, in photographs, you hear certain songs and it takes you back to a place. It takes you to the very emotion.
Most definitely.
And you know, there are certain songs that do that for me. I can actually, for me, it was always radio in my mother's house. There's certain songs I hear, I can actually feel we called it Formica table, this cheap, this cheap breakfast table, because, you know, the radio was there. We listened to radio breakfast, as everyone does here. Yeah. And there's certain songs I can actually feel, you know, I'm right at the table. And I get a little teary about that as well.
Oh, my God. It's so true.
It's so powerful. And you, and I'm curious, here I am, a chance to meet you and say thank you in person and so forth. And you've had a tremendously successful career. Have you ever had a chance to speak to someone a la David Bowie and say, that song meant so much to me? And do you feel a little odd saying that? Because I know you've heard it so many times, and I don't know if it gets old to you or not, and I feel a little embarrassed that I'm saying all this to you.
Well, you bet. I mean, whenever I'm not cool when I meet people that have meant a lot to me, whether it's sports stars or rock stars or whatever, or movie. I just go up and say, "You're amazing," and, you know. But it's, I mean, some of them kind of don't want to talk about it or something. Have you ever found that? Where you
you get that,
and someone's just kind of went, "Yeah, whatever."
Well, and it's confusing
to it.
It is confusing when that happens.
Well, but we've talked about this, Jimmy. It's sort of a liability when you meet people who've meant a lot to you, or you know, and then we use the phrase, they were them. They were exactly who you wanted them to be. And it's like the ultimate when you get the person you hope they would be. Not everyone can be that, or some people, you know, sort of have sort of a jaded view, or they'll kind of frown upon what got them to the dance.
Or they're self-conscious or something.
Right, and for whatever reason, and you'd almost rather keep the illusion than the actual reality. But when they do sync up and you get both, it's fantastic.
Well, I can talk about both for a minute, because as some of you might know, I was married to Chrissy Hine.
Yes,
Chrissy's the greatest. I mean, she's just the greatest.
Well, I'll Stand By You that's my wife. That's our wedding song. Yeah.
You guys now share a grandchild together.
We do indeed.
Yeah. Congratulations.
And yet Chrissy, she would be the first to say, when anyone goes up to her in the street and goes, "Wow, Chrissy, you know, she kind of goes right in her shell, and she kind of doesn't know what to say, and it comes across as being cold." And then she will regret that for the rest of the week. Genuinely, she'll say, "Oh, I met that person," and they must think, well, I won't tell you what she says, but she doesn't mean it. Like, she just gets kind of, whereas Charlie Burchill, my songwriting partner and guitar player in Simple Minds, we were beyond fortunate last week in New York because we had a night off, and I'm sure you're aware Springsteen was playing on Broadway, and
so cool.
Just to get tickets to see the show was enough to be 20 yards from him, where he's standing with an acoustic playing Born to Run, and the spit was almost touching us. In fact, we were running towards it. And then afterwards, we didn't know this. Afterwards, as we were about to leave, someone came out and said, "Oh, you know, John Landau, as Bruce's manager, would let you go back." And I'm sure no one will be surprised to hear me say that, you know, Bruce was just amazing. I mean, he just wanted to talk about music, and he wanted to talk about a book that he'd written, of which the show is based on, of which we've all read. And it was great to have someone as comfortable.
You love that. Did he relay any particular level of was he citing some of your work, or because he clearly, you know, you?
Well, he's so generous. We had played in New Jersey the night before.
Okay.
I think John had told him that, and we played, so we're in his hood, and he had just spent time on stage saying how he had a love-hate with New Jersey, because all he wanted to do was get out of there, hence Born to Run and all that. But of course he's still there, but he knew we'd played, and he was asking about the band and all that stuff. We have a few friends in common. Steve Van Zandt, we did a lot of things with Steve back in the day.
And the Sun City,
the Sun City thing, and also Jimmy Iovine, who produced Born to Run. He just produced a track that you played there, Alive and Kicking, and so, you know, we'd met Bruce before as well. So
I think, and it's the truth, that the people who, you know, I love when film directors come in here and they're fans of other directors, because you clearly you just at a core have a passion for music.
That's right.
So you are a fan of other musicians.
Yeah.
And I think that informs your ability to be a great musician, you know?
I would think so. I would think, I think if you're in love with something, it must be... Listen, if you've got a job that you love, no matter what that job is, you've won the lotto, because we know what it's like if you don't like your job.
Yes.
So if you're passionate about it, I mean, even today we're going to go along to the theatre 4:30 this afternoon. We're going to work on other stuff, songs that we want to bring into the set as the tour progresses.
That's great.
We're always chopping and changing. I'm excited about that, and it's only a sound check.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, Jim, yours and Simple Minds' history in Philadelphia. You played Live Aid here. From what I understand, you were the first band that was approached to play the Philadelphia show.
Well, certainly I remember getting the call from Geldof at the time, and it was amazing. It was a great honour to be asked. And of course, although obviously we're from the other side of the pond, at the time, the song that you mentioned, Don't You Forget About Me, was really climbing high in the Billboard charts, and Bob said, you got to do it in Philadelphia. We were only too happy. We were en route anyway to come here and record. But I don't think any of us were aware that all these years later, that in terms of rock and roll anyway, it's still the historical event is our generation's Woodstock. Joan Baez, I think, alluded to that when she opened. That was her. But when you see now, even now, when I see the numbers that were there in the stadium's no longer there. Yeah.
Was that day fairly chaotic?
And in the way you would expect. I mean, I was talking outside. I mean, everyone was there. I mean, it was a whole. The great thing was, I brought across my dad.
Oh wow!
He'd never been in the States before. And he was wearing a bright yellow Scotland T-shirt. So I thought, how can you lose him? He's wearing a bright yellow. They said, how can you lose him? 120,000 people out there. But I saw him because he was wearing this.
The bright yellow Scotland T-shirt,
yeah. And he said to me, come here, I want to introduce you to this guy. I want to introduce you. Who's here? Now you think, Madonna was there and Tina Turner and Mick Jagger and all that. And we went round. And there was this guy sitting on his amplifier, just strumming away. Total dignity. Bo Diddley.
Ah, Bo Diddley.
And my dad said to me, Bo Diddley, if it wasn't for him, there would be no Live Aid.
Legendary,
there would be no rock and roll. If it wasn't for these guys. And of course, he was right. Yeah. So, memories like that come to the forefront. Special.
You mentioned Jimmy Iovine, and I saw the special on HBO about him, The Defiant Ones, and he talked about producing Born to Run and how frustrating it was because Bruce was such a perfectionist when it came to putting that record. And eventually somebody had to tell Jimmy, it's not your record, Jimmy, it's Bruce's. Let Bruce do what he needs to do. What was it like for you guys working with him?
I mean, we've been so lucky. We worked with Jimmy, Bob Clearmountain, Trevor Horn, Steve Lillywhite, all these people. But Jimmy just had this way. It's funny because I can tell the jury was out. Some of the people around us didn't quite get Jimmy.
Really?
Because Jimmy was more a kind of ringmaster. He couldn't go in and tell you technically what was wrong or what was right. It was all feel. And he had a great kind of meter on him with that. That feels great. That's where you should be. But he made you feel great. And if you felt great, then you're going to perform. He gave you confidence. And I, in some ways, we've never met anyone like Jimmy in that sense. He would be, you know how in sports you get a coach, I say this, that make journeymen believe they're much better than they are.
Right.
Jimmy did that to us.
It would seem like some producers are more musicians and some guys are more directors. And when it comes to instructing a band, and he seems like more the director kind.
I'll tell you a funny story about it, and this is the way he is too, because Alive and Kicking, we'd put together the demo. See, we were all a bit weirded out with the success of Don't You Forget About Me, because it become this kind of colossal thing, the movie and MTV, and everyone was all over it.
It was just a confluence of things going on. Yeah.
And Jimmy was like, what are you going to do to follow it up? It's a monster. What are you going to do? And we were like, I don't know. Relax. We'll come up with something. And so we came up with this, basically the structure for Alive and Kicking. He's like, that's great. get it down. That's going to be amazing. And we all felt that. But I had done a guide vocal, kind of sketch lyrics.
Yeah.
That I meant to come back and finish off. And the first line, and it's, you turn me on. So I go to do it for real. And I change the line to something else. And he goes, hang on a minute, hang on. Where's you turn me on? I said, you can't sing with you turn me on. That's terrible. That's garbage. You turn me on. I won't be able to go home to Glasgow if I sing that. People will just rip the out of me. And he went, you're going to change that? And I said, yeah. And he went, my wife loves it. All Vicky's friends love it. Everyone loves it. You can't change it. I said, I'm changing it. And he starts taking out his car keys in his house. He says, here, take them because I'm going to lose my house. Here, you're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost. And he was kind of half serious.
Yeah.
So it stayed.
Hey, listen.
And it kind of works.
It works. It works.
It works as long as I don't think about it.
But it's funny because you as the artist are going to be hypercritical, and it's something that we have to think about, even on our level of just doing what we do.
Yeah.
Like program directors or whatever, listen with different ears.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing, I think, and probably what distinguishes a good producer who is able to produce hits, listens as the consumer hears it.
Yeah. Well, in my head, if you're Marvin Gaye, you can sing You Turn Me On. Right. You're some little white nerdy guy from Glasgow with freckles gone. You Turn Me On. It's creepy. But not according to Jimmy.
You were a tad bit nerdy, Jim.
A bit nerdy, yeah.
But that's why Chrissy Hines seems like when you guys got together, I remember thinking, wow, she's like the leather rock chick, and this guy, that's kind of wild.
Bit off a bit more than I could chew. But you got to give me kudos for
thumbs up
for daring to dance.
yes, absolutely. Jim, it's an honor to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks all of you.
Our pleasure.
Jim Kerr, guys. On the Preston and Steve Show.
The only raccoons they like food.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
doesn't matter.
I had them eating goldfish crackers out of my hand.
That's right.
Remember, Robbie?
Wait, you fed him out of your hand?
I told you this story many times.
We heard this story thousands of times.
Yeah, but hang on. Was it while he was in a trap?
No.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was not.
Didn't you? We were playing golf one time.
That was during the day.
And we saw
that was
one,
a mangy-looking thing.
Dude, don't go near that thing.
Yes.
And here you are feeding this one by hand.
Well,
hypocrite.
That time, Preston, I was dead sober. B, it was a mangy-looking thing, and C, it was in the middle of the day.
Okay.
When I had this thing eating out of my hand, I had just gotten back from a wedding. It was late at night. I went outside.
You were feeling good.
Yeah, and we had developed it was a quick bond.
You had an understanding.
How was the wedding?
Yeah. I was like, man, it was a really good time. Do you want some goldfish?
Do I know them? Is his family or is his friends?
No, you don't know them.
I have to say I'm a little peckish. I'd love to talk to you, but I'm not thinking straight.
Hang on.
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, I got some goldfish. You want some goldfish?
Oh, bingo.
Okay, hang on a
Love
second.
it. Yeah, you go get those and I'll find us a place to sit.
Comes back, he's smoking a cigarette.
Hey.
God, look at that sky.
What did I tell you?
Never leaving Delco.
Those things are going to kill you.
I know. It's my one thing, though,
Gotta have a vice.
Gotta have a vice. I don't drink. But this, taking a cool drag on a night like that. It's just everything. Just everything to this little raccoon.
Yeah.
Smoking raccoon.
From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a friendship, an interspecies friendship. Me, the raccoon in me.
The raccoon in me.
Raccoon.
Oh, my.
Starring Casey.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Let me go to Chico real quick. Hey, Chico, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's the deal, bitches?
Yo, buddy. All right, you have an interesting story. Do tell.
Oh, man. Interesting story ain't the word. When I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and her dad was a prize coon hunting dog kennel. He had a kennel that they would raise coon hunting dogs.
Yeah.
And they came across one that had some babies, so he decided to bring the baby home to the daughter, and that was my girlfriend at the time, and sure enough, she kept it as a pet, and
what kind of pet was it, Chico?
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest has been a friend of the show for many, many years. In fact, this is a bit of an anniversary this week. And he's stopping in. We did a couple things. He hosts the Comic Book Gurus podcast with our buddy Rob, Rockstar Rob. And Steve Morrison is a regular contributor to that as well. But there's an event coming up this week that he wants to hit. It's on Sunday. Please welcome our friend Craig Liggeons to the show this morning.
You ready? You ready? Preston and Steve fans. This one's for you.
I didn't know this started with all this in the beginning of it.
I went from hip-hop to rock and I tried to adjust to being a black listener back when there was 9 of us. Took a lot of crap for the station I choose. Gotta suffer through White Stripes and Dave Matthews. Just
So that's from 2011, the Black Listener song. Hey, Craig. How you
I
doing?
just say it never gets old, but it gets so old so quick. What up, white folks?
Good to see you, man.
It's so good to see you. I haven't. It's the first time I've been in the studio since March 12th, 2020.
Wow.
The day before the world ended.
Yeah.
My last episode of Comic Book Gurus podcast, I dropped a chunky on Kathy's desk, and I haven't been back since.
By the way, a candy bar. Now you take it dumb.
No, I would after.
He did not crap on my desk the day before.
The chunky.
But when I would do the comic,
chunky on your desk.
But when I would do the Comic Book Gurus podcast in the studio down the hall, after I would leave a chunky bar on your desk or Raisinets, or I'd leave a note for Casey or something like that. But no, I didn't.
Now we do
like
it
the
remotely.
sound of leaving a chunky on your desk.
You saw the story. Did you see it was, and I'm going off on the rails here. I think you might have reported on it. The guy walking out of the Home Depot said, he walks into the bathroom and he says, you may want to leave. I'm going to blow up the place.
Oh, no.
They call the cops. He should have said, I'm going to drop a chunky.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, I haven't seen you in studio for 3+ years, but I have seen you at movies and stuff, and I've been lucky enough to go to some MCU movies with you. I love getting your perspective on the comics. It's always educational. How's Comic Book Gurus going?
It's going. Since we haven't been doing it in the studio, Mr. Morrison has graciously agreed to take us video. So we're on YouTube now. We've added another member, Steph, who's steeped in pop culture knowledge and Harry Potter stuff.
Nice.
So we're doing video episodes now, and we got a busy summer coming up.
We start and stop. So episodes will come up sporadically. We're going to try to get a couple in the can now, but it's a lot of fun to do it, especially because right now more than ever, you and Rob especially are just a wealth of knowledge in the minutia.
Yeah.
Which makes it interesting. So, a lot of people don't realize this. We're doing the show a lot of times in the morning. If there's a fact, a pop culture fact, you'll text Casey.
Oh my God,
with the
I
answer.
love it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you dropped one on me today that I didn't get to a little bit later on. But Owen and Luke Wilson also turned down Ocean's 11's to do Royal Tenenbaums.
Yeah.
So we were talking earlier about Johnny Depp and Mark
Pitt.
Wahlberg.
Yeah, but in Ocean's 11, the brothers in there was trying to be Scott Conn and Casey Affleck. That was originally supposed to be Owen and Luke Wilson.
Oh. Wow.
Because they were real brothers. But
Right.
they turned it down to do Royal Tenenbaums.
So let's chat about the Autism Wings second annual talent show fundraiser. What can people expect? How do they get tickets? So on and so forth.
All the above. It's so much fun. This is the second annual Autism Wings talent show coming up this Sunday at Plymouth White Marsh Township in Plymouth Meeting. Starts at 1 o'clock. And when we say talent, if you have a child with autism, if you know someone with autism, if you are someone with autism, we welcome you to come to Plymouth White Marsh Township High School this Sunday to show your talent. And when we say talent, it doesn't mean singing, dancing. It's whatever you can do. Last year we had a great kid named Joey who did the Freddie Mercury call and response from Live Aid.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And there was a wonderful girl named Cecilia. She told 38 straight knock-knock jokes. It was amazing. Like Casey, are you excited?
Yes, I am.
Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Woo.
Woohoo!
I knew you were excited. But it could be anything. I know a wonderful girl named May May. She's got Titanic facts. Everything about the Titanic, the movie, the actual ship. She can tell you what they had for dinner. She just loaded with Titanic.
So this is like a talent show unlike any other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know someone with autism or someone on the spectrum, someone who just has one of those moments like, wow, did you see that? this is the show for you. This is the moment for you. Obviously, this is Autism Awareness Month, and if you know anyone with autism, then you know how special they are every single day. But this is a day that we can actually focus.
Okay, well, I have a question. If you want to be a part of the talent show, is it just show up, sign up, be a part, or do you need to get in touch in advance and get on the bill?
We want you to register, and that's the other reason why I'm here. You can go to autismwings.org to register your name. We're trying to get as many people in tonight, hopefully by 7 o'clock, because we put the programs out tonight. We start printing the programs tonight.
Right.
So we'll have them on Sunday so you can see your name or your child's name on there and what talent you do. But yeah, register at autismwings.org. It's only $15 to for admission, and if you can't show up, if you can't be there, we'll still take donations. It is a fundraiser, and you can donate at Autism Wings.
You know what I'm thinking? Because our friend Emma, who did these little
bracelets,
decoration bracelets we have on our microphones, she drums.
Yep,
you know,
she's a drummer.
She would have been perfect. Last year, my nephew Justice, he played on the synthesizer. He did the opening theme to the CBS Sports Spectacular.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, and it's just a great time to. It's just a great show. It's a lot of fun. 6 ABC showed up last year, and hopefully we'll get some Philadelphia Eagles. Hugh Douglas and Brandon Graham just did an autism benefit last week, and so hopefully they'll show up. But if you can make it, if you're in the area, Plymouth White Marsh High School and Plymouth meeting at 1 o'clock this Sunday, please show up and we'll have a ball.
Excellent. And autismwings.org if you would like to register, get signed up for that. So make sure you do it. We'll post all this on PrestonandSteve.com. It may already be there. I'm not sure, but we'll double check on that and we'll make sure it's easy for people to access. I'd mentioned an anniversary of sorts.
Yeah.
It was recently. What?
Well, the first time I was on the show when we played the first version of that song.
The Black Listener song.
Yeah, that was February 26th when it aired. The first time I was on the show was February 29th, 2008, at the Cardboard Classic. It was a leap year. That's how I remember it. And RC, from RC, Tattoos by RC, picked me up at the Upper Darby train station at 4:30 a.m.
What?
And I'd never met RC before, so he had to pick me up and drive me all the way out to Jack Frost. To do that was the first time I was ever on the show.
Kidding.
Was February 29th.
That's wild.
The second time I was
2000 what?
2008.
8. Okay.
The second time I was on the show, you brought me down to the St. Patrick's Day broadcast at the McGroupers, or where was it?
Finnegan's.
Finn McCool's? No.
Finn McCool's.
Finnegan's Wake. Okay.
Yeah, and that was when I did a live version of the Black Listener
song.
I'm on 17th. Yeah.
Wow.
It's funny. I think you sort of quote. You started that in motion. I was at an Acme, my jam on Mermaid Lane, and this woman comes over and she goes, "Oh my God!" She goes, "I love your show." She goes, "I'm a Black listener," and I just started chuckling, and that it still has traction after all this time. Yeah.
But the first time I was in the studio, you invited me to be here in the building in the Matchbox next door, was April 20th. 2008.
You got these all committed in memory.
Oh, yeah.
You got a mind for minutia. Yeah.
You do.
15 years ago today.
Wow.
So in celebration of that and my 15-year anniversary, and the last time you had me on the show and I got to promote the Autism Wings talent show, I brought you all gifts.
All right.
Well, the tradition continues.
Hey!
Is it weed? Stuff.
Yes, we got stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, you like raisins, don't you?
I love raisins.
Hold that up. Show that to the people. Show that to the camera.
We have a shirt here, and it is...
It's the mom from Better Off Dead.
From Better Off Dead. It said the mom saying, you like raisins. You like raisins.
And who's
Which
that
is
actress?
the clip that we play.
Kim Darby.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Nice.
Casey,
Here you go.
Preston, if you could.
Case, there
Okay,
you go.
hang on
Just
one
one
second.
year.
I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I want to hear you like raisins.
Oh, you got to do
Yep.
that, right?
It's got raisins in it. You like raisins.
All right, Case, what do you get?
Mine has
From your favorite movie?
the great, oh my God.
Wow,
This is from
Case.
Stand By Me.
Yep.
The great Tri-County Bake-Off and Pie Eat, I'm sorry, I should do this into the microphone. A complete and total Barfo-rama. Wow.
From Stand By Me.
1959 Castle Rock, Oregon.
Excellent.
Wow, thank you.
Of course, Kathy, you're not old enough to remember this, but this was
Right.
a movie in the 80s.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Let me know. Yeah.
She was just a glimmer in her parents' eyes at that point.
Oh, an annual dance party. The is this Dirty Dancing?
Kellerman's.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Kellerman's Mountain Resort.
All right. Kellerman's. Oh, that's awesome, Kath.
Steve, this,
Yes.
Some
Oh, God,
geographical humor for you.
The Rocky Mountains.
And it's a picture of Rocky in the mountain range.
I love it, Craig.
Excellent.
You know, I still wear my my Roadhouse shirt.
Yeah, well,
double deuce.
Exactly. When
Be
when it's time not to be nice. And Preston, for you, and the answer is no, I didn't.
Okay, it says on this, did you touch my drum set? Step Brothers.
Step Brothers,
Thank you, Craig.
Great stuff.
Thank
yeah.
you. And this is Marissa's for her wedding.
Her wedding T-shirt. I know what that is. Empire Records.
That's a cool one.
Sweet.
Where'd you get that at Kids R Us? The size of that thing.
The toddler section.
Well, thank you for the gifts, man. That's wonderful.
Awesome.
Thank you for the gift of letting me plug my my charity.
It's a great charity.
My cousin Angel, and thank you for letting me hang around for 15 years.
Absolutely.
I
We love
appreciate
you,
it.
man.
And I promise you, because I dropped the ball just recently, but we're going to get a new Comic Book Guru episodes up in short order. So
I hope so.
All right, man.
All right, Craig Liggeons, everyone.
Hey!
Autism Wings, second annual talent show fundraiser Sunday at 1 p.m. and that will be at Plymouth White Marsh High School in Plymouth Meeting. Thank you for being here, Craig. All right, there is something I wanted to bring up.
Bring it.
Which I thought was an interesting story. Steve actually sent this to me last week. We haven't had a chance to talk about it, but it's a woman named Cheryl Ann Sipple. This was an article about her. I'm not sure where you got this article, Steve, but
I think it's out of the Inquirer.
She was there the day that Wawa opened its first store in Booth Wynn in 1969. It's not Wawa's first store, but the first one in Booth Wynn.
Right.
In 1969. When that store closed and relocated just up Chichester Avenue in 2021, which, by the way, is my old Wawa.
Yeah.
When I lived in Upper Chi, I used to go there regularly. She was there for the closing of the old store and the opening of the new one. And between her old Wawa and the new one, Sipple, who is 70 years old, said that she's from Wilmington, Delaware, by the way, and she would cross the border to go to the Boothwyn Wawa between 10 and 10:30 a.m. every day without fail for 30 years.
That's crazy. So has she never been on vacation?
Ever. She has never missed a day. She said, I'm as regular as the sun rising. I'm an extreme Wawa fan. There's a Wawa down the road from her house in Wilmington, but that's not her Wawa. This one
Oh
is
my gosh.
you know your Wawa.
Yes,
absolutely.
Your Wawa.
Yeah.
She's a retired medical technician. She started coming to the Boothwyn Wawa when she was taking care of elderly friends in the area. She knows every staffer at the store by name and has most of their cell numbers saved in her contact. She said, I like to experience the good morning with the good people here.
Wow.
There's not a more giving, caring group of people, and I don't mean just to me. I see it every day how they are.
So sweet.
Isn't that awesome?
That is pretty wild.
So last week, they had Wally the Goose and the staff at the Boothwyn store, who call her Miss Cheryl, by the way. They had a special crowning for her as the Branches Day Brightener, they called her, and they presented her with a shiny sash, flowers, a Wawa coffee mug, and free coffee for a week. They could have done like for
A week? Dear God.
The rest of her life.
I know. But this
I would have given her a Lamborghini.
This got me to thinking about your own, and maybe we here aren't in on this, but I know that there are people who are listening, your own personal record of going somewhere every day without fail, nonstop, in a row.
I mean, work days, but not on weekends.
Yeah.
Because I go to Wawa every day on my way into work. I get my coffee there.
And you've been going to the same one for...
The one right down on Belmont. I know the crew that works there.
Oh, down here?
Yeah. That's I know you like doing it when
Virtually
you leave
every
the
day?
house. No, every
After
day.
work day?
Every work day, I go
Okay.
there when I get my soft pretzel and my coffee, and Melissa is my favorite at the register.
Wow.
But Hakeem is nice too.
You brave the tiniest parking lot in the world.
But you know what, Preston? I see the same people almost every day.
It's kind of cool to see when you see not only the same people working behind the counter, but you see the same customers. For me, it's Bristol Risque.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
every
Sure.
day.
Sure.
Every day.
You bring a spork.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a personal record somewhere, or if you know someone who comes in regularly all the time, without fail, 215-263 WMMR is the number.
You don't have any record that you came close to?
I'm trying to think of it. No, I mean, like for a while, I was a Wawa every morning guy, and then I started. I wanted to shave off some time so I could get in here and have a little extra time to prep.
Right.
I started just doing stuff from home. I would normally go get a cup of coffee and a banana or whatever it may be.
So you'd make your banana at home.
I make my bananas at home now, but no, I don't. I wish I had a story for you, but there was for years I would go to the Wawa at 113 and 73 in Skipack.
Would you guys say, hey, how are you? Good morning.
Same people every day. Got to know them really well. And it was funny to watch the cast members is the wrong word. The staff come and go.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden somebody be gone and you're like, oh, wow. And you never see them again for the rest of your life. And it's strange. I'm like, I was talking to you for 2 years.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly go to places on a regular basis, but mine's more out of convenience. So, like, if I'm going for coffee or whatever, if I'm headed in a certain direction, that's where I'm going to go. So I'm not necessarily.
You have your geographical places that you have to hit if you're in a certain area.
Even Target, of course, I go to my Target, but if I happen to be out in King of Prussia, or yesterday, I went to the Target over here just because it was convenient, because I had to go somewhere after work. I wasn't going home, so I quick ran here, picked up what I want. So it's more, for me, it's convenience.
I would love to have that sort of Norm from Cheers sort of, but I mean, I've gone to places when I lived over in Manayunk. I would go to that 7-Eleven virtually every day because it was right there, right at the top of Ridge.
Yep.
And so I knew the staff, and they had this woman who worked. She's like in her 80s, and I think it was obviously she'd retired, and most of her family had probably, whatever, but she was the sweetest woman, and they had a little section for her set up and a little cafe thing. So that would be every day, because that's something, even on the weekends, you're getting coffee, So Bristol Risque is a little bit more infrequent.
Yeah. So, Nick, I was just doing a quick little math, and if you have gone to Wawa every single day since you were like 13 years old, you would have gone to Wawa over 12,000 times.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. How many times do you think you've gone to Wawa in your life?
Well, I mean, if it's every day over the last, say, decade, I'll do the math on that. But my friend Tim lived right behind a Wawa in Paoli, and so anytime we would go see Tim, we would just swing by that Wawa. It becomes part of your routine. That's a great question. I have no idea what the answer is.
Yeah.
Here's a text from somebody. This is not necessarily visiting somewhere, but they said, I've eaten a slice of pizza every day since high school, almost 12 years.
Wait, didn't we have somebody on?
We had
Is
to
that
talk to
guy?
the same
Pizza
guy.
Joe, right?
Something like that.
I think it was Pizza Joe.
Yeah.
And he said, we were like, well, what about like mac and cheese? Like anything else?
Yeah.
Oh, slice of pizza.
Let me see. Oh, wait, here he is. No, it's Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Mike.
Good. All right, Mike, you the guy that texted in about the pizza?
Yeah. This is probably maybe my third time calling in. I've called in about like pest stuff because I work pest control.
Okay. All right. But so a sliced pizza every day for how many years? 12 years? Oh, we just lost him.
Damn it. One of the pests killed him.
Yeah, I think so. They finally had it.
Yeah.
We're tired of your crap.
Let me go to Amy. Hi, Amy. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Amy?
Well, so I'm not the person who dine at the same place every day, but I used to run a Waffle House down in Maryland.
Okay.
And we would have the same people every day, 365 days a year at the same time.
Wow.
Mr. Smiley would be there at 5:30 every morning. I still remember, this was about 5 years ago, and I was there for about 5 years, but he would eat tomatoes, 3 slices of tomatoes with scrambled eggs and wheat toast every single day. Every day of the week. It's miraculous, but the Waffle House is full of people who are there every day. They come on Christmas.
I have no doubt. Who's the longest? Can you remember the longest patron where just every day for how many years they were there?
I think that they outlived me. So I think they were there longer, so it was longer than 5 years.
Okay.
Wow.
Man, and a lot of them ordering that same thing every day too, right?
Same meal. Yeah, I can remember the meals. Like, you just start cooking when you see them pull in the parking lot.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
That was great. And now I have to fart.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you, Amy.
Ritual.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Gadzooks to you. Mike, the pizza guy's back on. All right, Mike. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
All
I'm
right,
alive.
so 12 years every day, slice of pizza without fail.
Oh yeah. Whether it's frozen, whether it's from a pizza place, without fail. I work on the road all the time too. So I mean, grabbing a slice of pizza is something to get quick.
See, I was wondering if you're going to the same place every day, but you're not.
No, I mean the pizza place I go to, I have been going there for probably like 15 plus years. Like if I'm,
And they still don't know you.
Mike, which pizza place is your jam?
It's called Vinny's 2. It's in Hatfield, PA, and they've just been consistent over the past 15 or so years. So that's why I go there.
When you ever go into those places that are like, Vinny's 2, you have to ask, what happened to the Vinny's 1? Yeah.
The original one's actually right next to my house. It's just the second one. I've just been going to the second one longer, so I kind of just prefer it.
Aren't they pissed off that you have Vinny's right next to your house and you go to Vinny's 2, which is further away?
Yeah, plus Vinny's 2 does delivery and the other one doesn't, so sometimes I'm lazy.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, bud.
Yep. See ya.
I'll see ya. Yeah, I've never. There are places that have been kind of my haunt for a bit, but not an every single day thing.
My dad was an everyday Wawa
Where?
guy.
Oh, every day?
Yeah, everyday Wawa guy. He was a
one
truck
particular
driver.
Wawa?
Well, he was a truck driver, so it was a whole bunch of different Wawas, and he was, he did local air freight, so he didn't leave this area when he was a truck driver.
Right.
So, but our Wawa was Wawa number 1. It was the very first Wawa.
I remember
ever.
that.
And
they moved it, tore it down.
You know what? Actually, when I was going to my regular Wawa, it was the one in Harleysville. It's not there anymore, but that was my every morning stop for years. I would not only see the same staff members there, but the same customers every day.
Yeah, it's like a family thing.
After a while, you'd eventually, oh, by the way, I'm so-and-so, I see you here every day, and then you chit-chat and find out, and then each day maybe find out a little bit
There's
more
Eleanor
about
the prostitute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Because a lot of times when we're going to it in the morning,
yes.
There's a lot of people out doing weird things.
I did it with 3 people in Wawa this morning.
You had sex with 3 people in Wawa?
Well, after 15 years, you get to know them, and they're horny.
Yeah.
No, but were you talking with some of the fellow customers?
Because I see them almost every day. And then occasionally, like you mentioned before with the employees, occasionally the customers also disappear. And you're like, man, I wonder what happened to that guy.
I would love to have the situation where it's we appreciate your business. You've been coming in for years. Like there was a guy at Duncan who had that. It was in the news locally, and they threw him a 90th birthday party. But I mean that's kind of cool. For a lot of people, it is your sort of. It becomes, and sadly sometimes it might be their only sense of family. You know,
Yeah.
When I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for years, there were customers that came in religiously, like you're hearing, and you got the impression that was it for them. That was their interaction. So I made a special effort to chase him out.
Yeah, my Wawa is the one in Broomall, and I love it because it's an old school Wawa. It's just that box.
Yep.
And I love the new Wawas. I go to the one on 252 quite often as well. But my Wawa, it's like the OG Wawa. Like you can't mistake.
That's Germantown. It doesn't have the gas station. It's old style. They just did a refurb on it, which is pretty cool. But yeah I like it.
All right, I'm going to go next to Dale. Hi there, Dale.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, bud. Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud?
Happy 420, by the way.
Happy 420.
Same to you.
A lot of people are heading to Wawa after their session today.
The Wawa I go to every morning, Monday through Friday, there's an employee there named Martin. And he is the nicest guy. Same spot every day. Doesn't miss a beat.
He works there every day. He works. He never takes a day off.
As far as I know, I haven't had a day off in a few years. And this Wawa's been open probably about 5. It's on Woodbury Glassboro Road in I don't know if it's Mantua or Glassboro, but it's like in the middle of towns. But this guy does not miss a beat. He's there every day. He smiles to everybody. People walk up to him, conversate like he's just a neighbor.
And so you look forward to seeing him.
Yes, every day.
Okay.
Every day. He's a great guy.
There's your shout out for him.
All right, for Dale, or for Martin, yeah. All right, thank you, Dale. I could see, Casey, after retirement, I could see you doing that sometime.
We're going to Wawa?
Or just somewhere where you have the opportunity to talk with people that you've never met before And, you know, if you're a senior citizen that kind of gets bored and you want to just get a part-time job to get out there or maybe even a full-time job, I could see you being in a position like that. Like, yeah, maybe a Wawa or maybe a store or something like that. Or the ER.
Where are you from?
I would like to do something that, so where I could be with people, but in a setting where people wouldn't piss me off. You know what I mean? Wawa, I think, for the most part, I could probably deal with those people.
You'd be good customer relations, good people person.
Yeah.
And pick your optimum. You want to be at the register, right? If you want to interact with people, right?
I couldn't sling hoagies all day. No way.
No.
It's not my jam, man.
But we're wondering if you have a personal record of every day without fail going somewhere. And I had a feeling it'd be tough to find some people that are that way, like this woman that we were reading about who's been to Wawa every day for 30 years. It doesn't have to be 30 years. It could be just a couple of years, but Cheryl Ann Sipple is her name. Let me go next to Erica. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Erica?
Well, I worked at the same video store. I managed it for 9 years. And a bunch of customers, are regulars at video stores, but I had a special brother pair. They came in every Monday for the entire 9 years that I worked there to see what was coming out the next day.
Oh.
And then they would come back the next day and get the movies. So every day, every Monday and Tuesday for 9 years.
So
they came in my store.
they'd make it a 2-day effort to find out what was coming out and then to come back the next day and get it. Did they ever consider just coming by the next day?
Oh, well, maybe, like you said, we all become family. The regulars that would come in. So
True.
They would just come in to see us, I guess, probably.
That sort of sucks when so somebody, you know people like that at these various businesses where that may be their only social interaction. The place closes down. You wonder what happens.
Yeah. Erica, do you remember their names?
Yeah, it was Nick and Willie.
Nick and Willie.
That sounds like a video store couple.
You're right.
And we went out of business, and so I had a lot of regulars. I wonder what happened to them after we went out.
They probably still show up at the lot.
Interesting. All right, thank you, Erica. Appreciate it. Let me go next to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
I eat peanut butter every day.
You eat peanut butter every day?
Every day.
I like turtles.
How long do you think that's been?
Probably since around 14 or 15 years old. I'm 62 now.
Wow.
The only time that I don't eat it is when I'm incapacitated. I had open heart surgery, had 6 bypasses.
You couldn't get a nurse to give you peanut butter?
I was in intensive care for 4 days and stuff. But as soon as I started eating the regular food, I asked for peanut butter.
Wow.
So will you eat it the same way every time?
No. Like if I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that's fine. If I don't eat peanut butter on anything, like crackers or something at night for a snack or whatever, then when I come home from work, I'll just open one of the jars, take a spoon, take a thing, and then close the jar and put it back in the cabinet.
Do you live
When I buy
alone?
peanut butter, I go out and buy five jars at a time.
Do you live alone or you have a family that might mind you dipping the spoon into the communal peanut butter?
Well, no, because it's just my wife and I, and she doesn't eat peanut butter.
Ah, there you go.
But I
Perfect.
don't double dip anyway. I just take a spoon.
It takes one spoonful.
All right. Well, Chris, you could do what Ted Lasso does, and he just leaves an open jar of peanut butter on his counter, and he leaves it open so he could just dip his finger in whenever he wants and take a little bite.
Yeah, but that might draw ants or something too.
Yeah, good point.
We're a little cleaner than that, you know.
You got to think it through.
Now, we
Thanks,
talked about
Chris.
this before, but my cousin apparently has a ham and cheese sandwich for lunch every single day. And it's just one, and I believe that's what we talked about, Nick, a couple of years ago or a year ago, whatever, when Pizza Joe ended up calling in because he knows that he likes it. Right?
Yeah,
and
that's it.
and I'm like, how do you not get tired of that? But he's not tired of it, and he still continues to eat it.
I'm going to go to Tom, school bus driver. Hey, Tom, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Now, what's up, man? We want to hear about it.
I go to the Soderton Family Restaurant every day after I drop the kids off from school.
I love that place.
Yeah?
Yes, you have been there.
Yep.
The owner, Carol,
Yep.
they're open every day but Christmas. Every day but Christmas, she's there.
And you go every day?
I am there on my way now. When I get off the school bus, I put you guys on and listen to the 15-minute drive before I get there every day but Sunday.
How long has that been happening, Tom?
It's been happening since I moved up in Soderton, 8 years.
8 years going to the
Nice.
same place. So it has to be that sort of thing where you walk in and everyone says hi.
It's like a norm thing. You walk in, it's like, Tom!
Hey, Tom, what do you get? Do you get anything on the regular?
The number 6 with an extra egg, which is eggs over easy with bacon.
I like their corned beef hash, Tom. That's what I get every time I go there.
There you go. One of these days I have to bump into you when you're there. Bud.
All right, man. Will you be sitting at the counter?
Yes, and I usually see you. I was at your son when you did bingo calling. I gave you that little precious bottle.
When we did what calling?
Bingo calling.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
I gave it a little gift.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom. I appreciate it.
That's pretty
I'll
cool.
see you at the Souderton Family Restaurant.
All right, guys, you rock.
All right. See you, buddy. All right. Every day.
Can you go to Kimberly on line 6? That's a
for sure.
situation, yeah.
All right. Hi, Kimberly. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Great. What's up, Kimberly?
So from the time I was 16 until I was probably in my just about my 30s, I worked for a grocery store and worked my way up, started working customer service. We always had, when you work the day shift, you always have the same customers come in to get their lottery tickets, their cigarettes, whatever. You get to know them and stuff like that. And we had this one customer for years. She was coming in every day. We actually knew her lottery numbers already for her, so we could get them printed out for her. And then she didn't come in for 2 days straight. We found out one of the other employees called her house, and we found out she had passed away. There were 15 of us that took off that day and went to her funeral.
Oh.
That's, we're seeing that up. And so we had a situation when we were working at Y100 in media. There was a gas station next to us, and we go over and get they had pretzels and stuff like that, and just pick up sundries, as they say. And there was a woman we called Flocky because her hair sort of looked like Flock of Seagulls lead singer, but she was wonderful. And saw her basically, Preston, every day.
Yeah.
I was always there smiling. Yep. And when she passed, definitely, went to the funeral. And actually, she asked me, she knew she was passing away, to make her funeral music
Playlist.
mixtape. Yeah.
I remember that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it. I mean, there's something endearing about
I think it is. It's
a regular person you see every day, even if it's only for a minute. It's something bright about that.
Well, yeah, and again, for a lot of people, that's their only social interaction, and it means the world to them.
Yeah. There's a guy that goes to my Wawa every day, and he quite literally works the graveyard shift at a graveyard. And my impression is he doesn't have a lot of interaction with alive people.
Yeah.
And so he talks a lot at this Wawa, but he sees the same people every day. He's a friendly guy, really outgoing, and I think he really just enjoys that part of his day.
You need it.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
And that's what this woman, Cheryl Ann Sipple, she just loves going. She lives in Wilmington, and she drives to Chichester to go to this Wawa every day.
Buddies, and has not missed a day in 30 years?
30 years.
Crazy. How does that happen?
They gave her coffee for a week.
Nice.
Come on.
You know what? We're going to give you one of our totes.
How about that?
Wawa's a generous company.
Yeah, they are.
I think, again, and I'm not being outlandish, I think a Lamborghini would be nice.
I don't think it's out of the question at all. So, all right. Well, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. I want to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We have an exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, when we return.
Oh, yeah.
John DeBella on our show today. John is actually going to be inducted into the Philly Walk of Fame. He'll join Pierre Robert and many other luminaries. We'll talk to him in just a minute. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
And like their hands feel funny, like leathery, and, and they would do little things. But she called it. His name was Snickers.
Snickers.
It loves Snicker bars.
Oh,
Snickers. Snicker bars.
Okay.
And then what the problem what happened was
Love the Snickers.
Yeah, you can bring me my Snickers.
Hey, Chico, hook a brother up with some Snickers.
Yeah, hey, Chico, bring me a Snickers.
Chico, over there by the TV, there's a bag full of Snickers. Why don't you sashay over one with two?
What's happening?
Where are my cigarettes?
after my little doobie.
I feel my nice leathery hand.
Yeah, I know. I'll use
When
moisturizer.
it was little, it would crawl around her shoulders and like hang out in her hair and do all this crazy stuff. But as it got older, it just started doing what it wanted to do. And
yes,
it's a wild animal.
It's a teenager. You know how teenagers can be.
Yeah. Did you ever? So everyone here was kind of thinking. Did you ever look at its human-like hands and look at your junk and think,
looks huge in that?
Nah, they got some sharp nails, man. That thing.
Oh, yeah. True.
I can clip them, dude.
Yeah.
It just depends on how many Snickers you're ready to give me.
Yes.
You give me a fun-sized bag of Snickers, I'll bring you all the way to the end, if you know what I'm saying. Leather hands and no leather hands.
Nails or not.
Steve, you got issues, bro.
Thank you, Chico.
You got issues. Chico just called you out.
Chico bailed on his story.
Oh, man.
Snicker. Please welcome Mr. Peter Hedges.
Thank you.
To our program. Nice to see you, Peter.
Nice to be here.
So you're a ukulele player, huh?
I am. I really rip it up.
you tear up the ukulele. Now, do you say ukulele or ukulele? Because we know that the proper.
I'm just cool.
Peter was off air in case it was chit chat with him.
My wife is like, "Really? This is the instrument you chose to pick up? Do you really want to get laid? Because it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Like, nobody wants to.
Yeah, you don't ever see somebody like Pete Townsend.
No.
It just
and I know
doesn't
4
happen.
chords, but I can play most songs.
I will tell you this: just as there are gateway drugs, I think this is a gateway to an actual guitar. You know,
That's where it's.
Preston has started with an ukulele and is now learning guitar.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I feel hopeful. But after hearing Barnes, I think maybe I'll just let him play because that was awesome.
He was fantastic, wasn't he?
Let me ask you something as a director and a writer and a creator of things like that. Music is obviously an essential part of the way the mood is set in a film. And you're always looking for new things.
Super important.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I've gotten to work with Stephen Merritt and the Magnetic Fields. They scored my film Pieces of April.
Yeah.
The great Norwegian singer-songwriter Sondre Lerche scored Dan in Real Life. He was 23 when he did the score.
Wow.
Glenn Hansard and Marquetta wrote a song for my film The Odd Life of Timothy Green. Music is everything. I write to music. I listen to music all the time.
You know, Stephen King writes to AC/DC all the time.
Yeah, I should probably try AC/DC because I'd have a nicer house. But no, music it's so inspiring. I mean, hearing it just makes you feel so glad to be alive.
Yeah. I love your work. I love your from the writing to the directing. And I think what you do is particularly difficult in that, in the kind of drama and the kind of stuff that you write, you're going down a line where you a little bit to the left and it's treacly, and then a little bit to the right it's too self-aware. You've got it really, I think, of all these genres of film, it's the one that requires you to be as spot on as you can be. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's so tricky, but if you're trying to articulate the human condition, I mean, we're living in such a wacky time, and I try to put these broken people on screen that are trying their best to do the right thing.
So in Ben is Back, which we're blown away by the trailer. It happens. It's coming at a time. It deals with a young man battling an addiction issue and returning home to his family. Takes place on the holiday, Christmas, and in one day, I believe, right?
That's right.
And so it's, I mean, we hear stories constantly, and it's, we have advertisers that, with treatment centers and things of that nature. It's a critical mass problem. And actually, within my own family, I see, an extended family, I see people dealing with this. You have the dynamic of the family, and you have the Julia Roberts as the mom who wants to do everything they can without enabling, but yet making sure that there's a voice of reason, and every dynamic is in play at the same time. And I would imagine, as a parent, I don't have kids, but they all do. You're just a spinning compass. I don't know what you fix on to help somebody you dearly love and don't know what to do.
Right. That's something that tons of people are facing right now. And Julia does this amazing job in the film. She just goes everywhere and anywhere on behalf of her kid. And that's my experience with most parents.
Yeah.
They'll do anything they can to help their kid, and it's just a question of how do you help? What's the loving thing to do? How do you help someone who is, addiction's a disease?
Yeah.
And how do you help treat it?
In my own family, in the situation that I've seen, many different things have been tried. Is this the way to go? Is this the way to go? Is this the way to go? The love never wanes, but it's like at what point you have to the person has to assess. Am I killing myself in pursuit of this?
Right.
And what about the people who aren't addicted? Are they suffering as a result?
Right.
It's an amazing thing to deal with, and I think even more difficult for you as the writer director to do the just thing when dealing with it.
Well, true, but I wanted to put a story out that shone a light, if you will, on how all the angles, all the points of view, and to try to expand compassion that people might have for people who are going through this.
Right.
And sometimes you can't imagine how hard it is.
Yeah.
Oddly, though, there's incredible amounts of humor in the film.
Yeah.
There's a lot of love. There are these kind of surprising moments of joy.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot and
like life.
agony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you're the guy to pull it off. I mean, because About a Boy does that so wonderfully. There's heartbreak, there's hope, there's a lot of humor in it as well. In fact, it's hard to categorize that movie. There's so many funny moments in it that it's hard to categorize that as a drama as well. Just to point out, I mean, like, how did you have the idea of Will going to a women's support group to pick up women?
Well,
Had you heard of someone?
No, that's the genius of the great Nick Hornby, who wrote the novel.
Right.
Oh, okay. You did the screenplay. That is correct.
No. But Nick wrote this amazing novel, and they called me and said, "Do you want to adapt this?" And I said, "I don't want to do. I want to do my own work."
Sure.
And then I said, well, finally, they called a few times. I said, well, "What's the book about?" And they said, "Well, it's about this single guy who goes to," and I said, "Oh, you've got to send it to me right away."
Nice.
And it's one of those books I read. I went, "Oh my! I wish I'd written it." And so all I tried to do was be help move it. And then the Weitz brothers came in and did their beautiful, beautiful film of it, and took what I did and improved it, I think, massively. So, but I got to swim around in that story, and I just tried to serve it, which is what you try to do when you're working on anything like that. It's just to be helpful. Your
mother's a psychotherapist?
She was.
She was a psychotherapist, yes. And your dad was
an Episcopal priest. Yeah.
So I think your empathetic ability to tie into things that at least resonate.
Right. I was groomed.
Yeah.
raised
a good
cry. That's what I was basically.
Right.
Raised to be that guy who got beat up who was like, I love everybody. I'm a vegetarian.
Here's a ukulele.
Yeah, here's a ukulele. You can see that there's a real motif here.
Were you a sensitive ponytail guy at any point?
I never a ponytail. I did have a kind of a Mick Jagger moment where my hair was long, but I didn't have any of Mick's swagger. I was too sweet. I was the nice guy.
Well, we love your work, really.
Thank you. What a pleasure to have such a long and robust conversation about me.
How about that?
Really appreciate it.
You love me. You really love me.
And now I'm going to sing. Let's go to commercial.
Well, we brought up some ukulele music for you here.
Oh, great.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, my wife's getting ready with the nightgown. We're going to have some fun.
She gets so turned on.
Oh, it's so over.
Oh, this is great. It's final countdown?
This is the final countdown on ukulele. I don't know why there's a piano part in the beginning here.
I like the piano, though.
It is kind of fun, though. I don't know when it's going to kick in here at any point. But listen,
You're killing me.
I will remind people that
I'm going home.
This could be part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, there you go.
This could be the closing credits song. Oh, there's a kazoo, too.
Thanks so much.
Here we go. All right, so anyhow. Oh, you want me to keep going?
There you go.
All right, so in theaters.
Oh no! No!
He did it!
He just told us to F off.
Oh God! How much did that cost me?
Oh my God.
No, we're good. We got it.
I caught it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You raised the double birds.
I'm the son of a minister.
Oh, this has been a great day.
Oh my God!
There we go. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben is back as in theaters December 21st. That's Peter Hedges. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Steve sent over a link It is from Cosmopolitan magazine. Cosmo.
Cosmo is my my magazine.
That's your jam?
Yeah,
You're a
it's
Cosmo
how
reader?
it helps me pick my outfits on a daily basis.
And
I'm a Cosmo girl.
The article is titled 65 Fun and Cheap Dates That'll Put Dinner and a Movie to Shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't have to spend anything. Let's just stay here.
So do you want me to go through a few of these?
Some are actually...
Some are okay.
Some are okay.
Some are silly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's...
I mean, there's 65 of them. They had to fill up a lot. Fun, cheap date ideas to put dinner and a movie to shame.
Yeah, sometimes it won't put movie and a dinner to shame, but let's go through it. Let's see what we got.
Go to an open house.
I love this. I do that. Do you do this?
We can date, Steve.
Yeah, we could. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, that's fun, and you get to see what people live like and what they have in their medicine cabinets.
I am nosy as F when like at night when I walk around and people's houses are lit up. I'm looking in windows.
Right.
I'm going inside.
Nick, what kind of panties they have?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
What's under the bed?
Go to a coffee shop and read together.
No,
that's ridiculous.
These are the worst suggestions I've ever heard.
You do, Kathy, you do every one of these.
Go to an open house?
Yeah, that's your thing.
Loser.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to a coffee shop and read together.
Look at this. Look at this picture. So they have them reading together. Do me a favor. If you see me doing that with my wife, come up behind us and put 2 bullets in our head.
What we're looking at is 2 people reading the same book at the same time.
Are you done with this page yet? I finished ahead of you. Let's go home and bake.
That would end in a fight.
Yes, it would.
Hey, Stevie Wonder, why don't you take a crack at speeding it up a bit?
Go to a dog park together. It says yes, even if you don't have a dog.
Wow, that's crazy.
Listen, the other folks wanted me to come over and ask, what are you doing here? We think you're perverts. Dog parks are fun. There's Pretzel Park right in Manny.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest has a special honor that is going to be bestowed upon him today. And we're very excited to welcome our friend down the hall here this morning.
I just got done with this.
I know. I know. You just played it. John DeBella! Hey, man.
Thank you, guys.
Boy, you really fluffed out your mustache today for the special occasion.
This is a special day.
Yeah,
I went full D'Artagnan today.
I love it. Well, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
This is cool.
Thank you.
We found out, I think it was back in February somewhere.
Yeah, probably around then. And I wasn't allowed to tell anybody about it when they first told me. Because they wanted to save it for their press release.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the day before the release came out, I went to Pierre. And I said to him, I said, let me ask you. I said, your plaque on the Walk of Fame where is it? And he starts to describe where it is, and then Pancake comes in and goes, no, it's not there at all. And then Pancake explains where it is.
Right.
Yeah, that's about right.
And then I said to him, do you think they'll put mine next to yours? And, I got the biggest scream and hug and yell and everything like that.
Man.
It was like, yeah, well, he's my oldest buddy in the city.
Yeah.
Well, this is so appropriate. That I mean, for you, you're a legend. You're a friend. We love to see this happen. It's a cool thing.
It is.
We were talking about it though, and I didn't realize how long the run is. And where it goes down further than I thought it did. Mm-hmm. And so you did. Listen.
I got good placement.
You got good placement.
I got good placement.
That's all you wanted.
I'm on the corner of Broad and Pine.
Right. Not
I'm
to
the
besmirch.
very first one.
Yes.
Awesome.
But I mean, yeah, you should be in a more prominent spot.
But the thing that cracks me up about this is if you're walking along, you'll see that they space them so that they could put ones in between.
Mm-hmm.
When is that going to start? Because we're getting down near Oregon now.
Right. Yeah.
How about these other spaces where people actually walk?
That would actually see it, yeah. But you're being inducted and with a number of luminaries. I mean, the list is you have the Bacon Brothers, you have Ed Rendell, Patty Jackson, who we love, I mean, these are, and then there's a special presentation.
Kenny Gamble, Leon Huff, and Tom Bell. They're going to call it the Sound of Philadelphia. The three of them together, which is really cool.
And then Larry Maggott's getting a special award. He's already in the walk, but he's getting some sort of special award.
I love that they do this. This is how many cities do have a Walk of Fame like this? Are we? We've got to be one of the few.
I mean, yeah, this and I guess there are others, but there's L.A. My son who was living in L.A. one time. He was living there for about 11 years, and one night, and literally had a condo on the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
There you go.
All right, right there. You can't get more in the middle of Hollywood than that. And one night we're walking back to his apartment, and as we're walking, he grabs me and pulls me to the side. And it's only it's dusk. It's 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And he pulls me over to the side and he goes, "Look out!" And I go, "What?" And he goes, "Take a look." And there's a guy, pants down, taking a dump on Milton Berle.
Oh my God! But that's adorable.
That's adorable. Right? So that's what got me wondering about what's going to happen here. Because now people can finally walk all over me the way they always want.
And take a dump if they want. There are some celebrities that actually go out from what I understand, the more narcissistic ones.
And polish
their stars.
I never thought about it, that this is a potential for public, persecution can now take place.
That's wild. For many years, and growing up on Long Island, you were at, and we talked about this, WLIR, which is where I first became, aware of you. You were a very popular DJ there, and LIR was one of the first. With maybe KROQ and PIX, the first alternative stations.
Yeah, well, actually, LIR beat K-Rock. But because we were on Long Island and K-Rock was in Los Angeles, they got all of the credit for
attention.
Being this new wave radio station when we had been doing it for almost a year already.
And watching the Joan Jett documentary, you're prominently featured in that. And then there is a documentary about LIR, which begot DRE, called Dare to Be Different. And you're prominently featured in that as well.
This is a real nice way of talking about how old I am.
you just have a long legacy, and you've been part of my life for many decades now.
And mine as well, in cases. I mean, I grew up listening to you, John, and this is a really vague and open-ended question, but I'll ask it anyway. What does Philadelphia mean to you?
This is my life. You went for the throat. You have no idea how much you went for the throat here, because this is what I'm afraid of tonight at the gala.
Yeah,
that I'm going to start to talk, and I am a complete wuss. I'm an emotional wuss, and I will break into tears at the drop of a hat. I saw a McDonald's commercial once with an old guy, and I was crying my eyes out by the time it was over. All right, but. It's if this is my life, and I'm saying this tonight in my speech that I only made one. I'm not the brightest guy on the planet. If I was smart, I would be like my brother and be a vice president at IBM.
Right.
Did he go to Yale?
What?
Did he go to Yale?
No, he didn't go to Yale.
Okay.
Right. That's what. Why now?
Did you go to Yale?
1 year.
Okay.
All right.
1 year. For free.
Yeah.
For free. I was their only commuter student. I literally drove up every Tuesday and Thursday because I didn't want to live in New Haven.
All right.
So,
But the thing you were going to say in your speech
is I'm not the brightest person on the planet, but the smartest thing I ever did would say yes to Charlie Kendall when he said, "Come to Philadelphia." I love this city more than life itself, in all honesty.
I can tell you from my perspective, coming from New York, coming from the same deal as you, Philadelphia means everything to me. I mean, and it has to be the same for you, Johnny. Listen, you would not say this, but you're beloved. You have there's just a kindness and a support. We've talked about this many times because we're fortunate to, you gave us benefit of your experience when we first got here and so on and so forth. There is a loyalty and a kindness and a support you will not find anywhere else.
No, that's for sure. That's I'm sorry. I honestly think, and with for three of us, we're not from here.
Yeah.
Right. And I honestly think that when you move here, you learn to love this city more than the people who are from here, because a lot of Philadelphians that downtrodden. Yeah. Oh, we're in the shadow of New York, and I remember years ago when the zoos started to become really popular, I was being interviewed by someone, and they said, "Well, we know what's going to happen. right? You're going to, you're going to get real popular here, and then you're going to pick yourself up. You're going to move to New York. I said, I have absolutely no desire. No. I said, look, I do not live in New York shadow. I cast one. And I meant that as support for Philadelphia, and it was taken in the complete wrong way.
Yeah.
Well,
thankfully, that was well before social media.
Well, I want to say, I think it's, when you came here in 1982, never in a million years would you have thought that you would be doing this, later on today.
No way at hell.
But you are a fabric of the city of Philadelphia, whether you like it or not. And I got to tell you, in the spring of 1993, I went and saw Peter Gabriel at the Spectrum, and I met you. I met you in the concourse, and when we started here in 05, and then I started working at the same company, and I told you that story. I mean, listen, there were a couple of highlights from that night, and the one highlight, the first one was meeting you, and you said to me, "Was I nice to you?" And I want to remind you that yes, you were. You were.
Well, to kind of go off what Casey said, anytime I say that I work at WMMR, there's two things that people say to me. Either they say, "Oh, Preston and Steve," or they say, "Oh, Pierre and John DeBella." And I mean, that's just, and I know you're not going to say it, but that's so cool. You are Philadelphia.
Well, thank you. The thing that I get, this is, and you guys must get the confusion also. People will come up to me all the time, and they recognize me, but they're not really sure of the name, and I get Pierre Robert. And my answer always is no. Pierre hair, DeBella no hair.
We get that.
That's us.
I am
get Steve all the time.
I mean, you don't need any greater delineation, and in the building we get it.
I don't even correct people.
No, if they're
roll
happy to see us, we'll call it a win.
Yep, exactly.
So you are there and have been there every morning on people's best days and on people's worst days. And I want to tell you, I got to thank you again, because when my father passed away, you gave me some great love and support. And I got to tell you, every single time I look into the sky, I not only think of my father, but I think of you and I think of your father, because that's what you told me, because your father had passed away years and years ago, and it never goes away. But it was a nice and comforting thing for you to tell me.
I say hi to Dad every morning in the back parking lot. Every morning.
Can you say hi to my dad too?
I will. They might be close. They might be close. Although I have to tell you, one of the of all of the love that I feel in this building, one of the things that I always recall is you.
Oh, Nick. Yeah.
On drunk day. And I came walking into the studio, and I think you guys are already off the air, and I got the biggest, you got no idea how much I love you.
Oh, my God.
And it's just really, I would not be doing this if it wasn't for you.
Well, it's true. My dad would drive me to school some days, and we would always listen to the Morning Zoo. And the fact that you and I are now shopping buddies on Fridays.
On Fridays.
We often see each other in the grocery store, and it's become sort of this tradition. So now on Thursdays, John will come in here and tell me what his shopping schedule is going to be like on Friday after the show. And it's wonderful. And one day I saw you and Andre Gardner at the same grocery store. And I was like,
we're all in the same Wegmans.
John, I like to, when I have some free time, I walk down the hallways and I take a look at the pictures that are here, and it's the history of WMMR.
Thank you, Pierre.
Yeah, totally. And I love it.
He paid for it. People should know that.
And it ain't cheap either.
No, not at all.
I'm fascinated by the history of this radio station, because we're a part of the history of this radio station now, and I hope this radio station sticks around for a long, long time because of that. I want somebody someday to walk down the hallways and see pictures of us and go, remember, yeah, I heard about those guys, because there are names of, not growing up in Philadelphia that I see in these magazine articles and photos, and I'm like, I know of that person. I don't know that person, but I feel a kinship with that person in the fact that we've worked at this radio station. You've been at MGK for
20 years.
20 years
20
now,
years,
man.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the longest I've been at any radio station.
No kidding.
Yeah. So they should be firing me anyway.
Yeah. LIR, MMR, YSP.
Well, I normally don't say that.
But you bet
that took a lot of therapy to get over that.
I say this, and it's funny because we all have our different things that we connect to you on. You and I talk tech a lot and talk about, just stuff like that. But also just, we often share a lot of those crazy, can you believe this?
Right.
Can you believe this, that this goes on this, and to have the kind of longevity that you have. And in those situations, so you speak to the masses with your show, but it's just, again, and I can't say it enough, having you in the building, having your perspective on things has been really wonderful for us being here all these years. And to have a friendship with you is just one of the greatest things.
I have to tell you, long before we were in this multi-station, atmosphere, real estate, I always used to hear about radio stations that, were like this. That it was like, one studio was this station, the next studio was that, another station. And I always thought that was the worst. Yeah. Oh my God, that's going to be terrible. Because, I've always approached radio with, first off, morning shows are separate than the rest of the day. We are our own club. Right. And when you meet other morning show people, you have a lot of respect for them because you understand what it is that they go through. Right. At the same time, once you get on the air, you want to destroy them. Right.
Yeah.
So I always kept that alive in me until this happened.
Yeah.
And we were on when we were on separate floors, it was still like the kind of that old way. But when it became all of us, station after station after station, and I don't know, you probably have explained this. It's MGK, and then it's Ben FM, and then it's you guys, and then it's XTU, and then it's the 2 a.m. stations whose call letters we never mention, and then there's the Fanatic, right? And then there's the Fanatic, and it's it's so great. I just love it. I love walking up and down the halls, and I'm driving Marissa crazy, right? Because our window. See, we have actual windows. We don't have architectural artwork outside of our studios.
Right.
But I look out at the parking lot and I take attendance every morning. Because when you were gone a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago, I look outside and I used to go to Steve. Where's Preston?
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. I went to find Andy yesterday. She's getting a new car. She's getting a new car, and her old car wasn't there. And I'm going are you here?
Wait, so does Marissa want to kill you because you know what time she gets here?
No, it's not a matter of that. Her car's been missing for over a month or so, and I keep asking her, and I always get this sort of dodged answer. All right, it's like, yep, it's out there. It's
here we go.
Here we go.
Well, I guess this is a week of spilling my life. I don't know if you heard. I got married. The other day.
I did. I did. I saw your ring. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I got in a little car accident. It's kind of embarrassing.
What?
Oh no!
But there's been.
We all do.
I know, but there's pieces on back order. They can't get it, so I've been waiting on it. So I don't know.
So what are you're just driving a rental?
Who cares? It's the John DeBella segment right now. But no, thank you, Septo. We're awesome, and we're good. So every day he calls me out, and I'm like, dude, take a hint, right? No, I get to call it out because John, years and years and years ago, I interviewed before I was full time with the Preston and Steve show. I interviewed with John, and we had a great interview. He told me something that I'll never forget. He said, "You never get used to the morning show schedule," but he also said to me, "I don't think you're right for our show. I don't think you're a good fit."
Yeah, and then that it was true.
I have openly admitted this to her. One of the biggest mistakes I've made in my career.
Yes, it was. Well,
Thanks, John.
Here's a success. You did hire a former intern of ours, Steve Vasilati, is your producer, and I think that it's really cool that you talk about the familial atmosphere up and down the hallways here. Kristen Herman's down the hall in the mornings, and she used to work with us, and Steve Vasilati working with you. It's really cool to see young, talent, hardworking, smart people stay in radio, and I'm just proud of Steve because he gets to work with you every day.
No, it's great. It really is. Although there is something, and I'm wondering if you guys, you two might be going through this already. Actually, all of you might be going through this already. People who come up to you, they look like they're your age. Maybe sometimes they look even older, and they say, "I've been listening to you since you know, since I was since high school, right? And you look at them going, you aren't you older than me?
That happens to me all the time.
I know that, especially you.
Now, John, I was going to ask you what it was about Vassilotti. Was it that he was doing naked bicycles with another man in a gym that really caught your eye and you wanted to hire him?
No. What actually happened twice. I had 2 opportunities to hire him. And the first time he gave me a tape, and I was just looking for like a board op. That's all I needed, right? And he gave me this tape of stuff he had done on this show, and I turned to him and I said, "I'm going to do you a favor, and I'm not going to hire you." And he's looking at it like, "How the hell is that a favor?" And I'm saying, "Because you've got so much talent." You should not relegate yourself to this board op job. Go find a radio job. You deserve to be on the air.
He's good.
Right.
It's not always what you want to hear, but
yeah. And like a month or so later, I bump into his dad. I didn't even know him at that time. And he says to me, "Oh, I'm Dan Vassilotti. You interviewed my son." I said, I gave him the best advice I could have. And I told him what I did. He says, "Well, I don't think he was really appreciative of that." Right. And then the next time round, one of the guys that was working on the show, who was one of the producers on the show, went over to the Fanatic, and I needed somebody in a hurry. And the Fanatic had just let Steve go. Right. And Bill came to me. He said, "You want this guy, right?" And he's not anywhere around, is he?
No, I don't think so.
Best damn producer I've had in my entire life. Best damn producer I've ever had. All right,
we won't tell him you said that.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, Steve, once he knows that,
You're screwed.
I'll be paying for that for weeks, months, the rest of my career.
He does this thing where he likes to hang out with his family. You got to get that in the bud.
Please. I do not understand how 75 people live in one house down the shore for a week, and 50 of them are children.
You mentioned Bill Weston, our program director, your program director,
right.
And we love having fun with Bill.
But there's nothing more fun than having fun with Bill.
Oh my God!
Do you get graded too?
Yeah, does he give you grades?
What do you get?
We get a grade.
Do you get a plus, and do you get a check plus?
I have heard him say check plus on rare occasions.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
That's one of our favorite Bill clips to play.
Tomorrow is International Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
Is it really?
It is. It is. Because Bill walks into our meetings and he will speak. You know, Bill's got a normal speaking voice like this, but the other voice is when he announces his presence. Morning show people. He does that thing, and we've taken it to level 10.
Level because he that's tonight. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh God, there's one thing. I would go through. I was on blood thinners for some length of time, and now I'm really telling you my age. Right? I'm off of them now, thank God. Right, but every once in a while they would cause me to have nosebleeds.
Okay,
and Bill would always turn to me and go, and I would have like something stuck up my nose to prevent the nosebleed, and he'd go, "Bat in the cave, got a bat in the cave." I go, "What the hell are you talking about? You got a bat in the cave?" And I said, "Is this some sort of like, Erie, Syracuse, Buffalo thing, bat in the cave?" And he goes, No. There he is. You knew if we talk about him long enough, he's going to come walking in the room.
So you were plugging up your bleeding nose, and Bill thought it was
bat in the cave.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, Bill would say, "Well, sounded a little stuffy on the air this morning, John. Is something going on there that we need to know about?"
Well, I use you guys a lot of the times as an excuse.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because we'll do a bit, and someone will say vagina.
Yeah.
Right? and His Holiness gets totally upset, and I'll just go, "Did you hear them? Did you hear them this morning?" All right? We had one guy say vagina in a phone call, and you're bringing that up, right? The whole bit was great, but no, he said vagina.
John, we did a full 20 minutes plus yesterday on a torn tampon.
Bill loved that.
John, there's one other compliment I want to pay you, and I think that's something that Preston and Steve have carried on is your adoration and for comedians. You've always made room for them, and I think that they never forget that. You know, that there are comedians and artists that are out there who sometimes can't catch a break, and you've been a support system for that. Any particular favorite comedians over the years? Because I know you've had everybody from Seinfeld to who knows who the latest one is.
Probably there's a few of them, but if you put my feet to the fire and ask me, you know, if you could have anybody in the studio, who do you want? The answer is Bob Marley.
Oh yeah, Bob's the best.
Bob Marley.
So much fun.
Bob Marley is like. The first time I went to see him, I went to see him at Helium, and I came to a point where I was in so much pain from laughing, where all of the muscles in your neck and the back of your head are tightening up. I came like within seconds of screaming, "Stop, please stop!" Right. And whenever he comes in, and we refer to him as Bob Marley, the funniest man to ever walk into the studio.
Yeah.
Right. And so he's definitely number one on the list. I love Vinnie Brand.
Vinny's great.
Right. Vinny's fantastic. Paul Mercurio, Adam Ferrara.
Yeah.
Did you guys have Greg Warren on this week?
No, next week.
We've talked to Greg for years.
Oh my God! Have you seen his new special?
Not yet.
Oh my! It comes out tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow on YouTube. All right. Look at that, Greg. I'm helping you out on another show. It is brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant.
All right, good.
It is just fantastic. But at one time, I owned a comedy club. I was partners in a comedy club here in Philadelphia, and that's where it all really came from.
Was that the one on South Street?
That was no. This was the Comedy Factory outlet on Bank Street between Market and Chestnut.
What was the name?
The Comedy Factory outlet.
Comedy Factory outlet. So for a while, you had giggles, chuckles, teeters, titters. There's
And one day we had Patton Oswalt on the show. He was calling in. And every once in a while this happens, and it happens with the last people on earth that you expect it. And Patton Oswalt calls in, and I go, all right, we got Patton Oswalt. It was the first time on the show, and we got Patton Oswalt on the show. And said, hey, it's great to talk to you. He goes, John DeBella. I went, yeah. I can't believe I'm talking to you. I said, why do you even know who I am? Yeah. And he says, we had a club in Baltimore also. And he goes, I broke out of your Baltimore club. If it wasn't for your Baltimore club, I wouldn't be here today. I'm like, wow.
Because the long-standing thing with Patton Oswalt for a long he did not suffer morning shows.
Yep.
Right.
Like him.
Right. You know, but so I guess I lucked out. And the other one was Bradley Cooper. Right. There's this thing, and you guys have to get it also. There's the Whisper.
Yeah.
That's Preston.
Yeah.
That's Steve from Preston. Steve. Yeah. And then there's the. I
know you.
I know that guy. And then there's what I refer to as the look.
Okay.
Where someone is a diehard fan, right? And you can see it in their eyes. Okay, they're gonna go. All right. So Bradley Cooper, right after The Hangover happened, right? He was in the studio. And we sit down, and he's to my left, and I'm doing the introduction, and I go, and Bradley Cooper's here from the new film Hangover, and I turn and look at him, and he's doing the look. Right? And I'm like, what is this? And he goes, you're John DeBella. I didn't know he was from Philly. Yes. He says, every day on the bus going to school, you are all we listen to. And I said, oh, thank you. He goes, no, you don't understand.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was a great one.
We often joke that, our dear friend, we've had Bradley Cooper on.
Like 3 times in the studio.
In the studio. And it's one of those things where they're off and running.
Right.
And it's not like they're taking your calls. And you understand, we love them to death, but we still pretend that we're on a first name buddy basis because we prefer to live in fantasy world.
Well, it's the circle of fame, the clock of fame.
Yes.
Right? From 6 o'clock to about 11:30. Famous people are your best friends. They just and then somewhere around 10:30, 11 o'clock, something like that, right? They said you don't hear from them much anymore, and then they disappear.
Yeah.
And then at about 2:30,
when you got
coming down.
It would usually happen years ago when you got a square on Hollywood Squares is when you'd start working the radio again.
Right.
Because now, oh my God, I'm on that part of the career. So, but you're right. Just wait for the clock, and it'll come back around.
I'll be back around again. All right.
Yeah. So you're at the public library this week.
Oh God!
It's part of
what
the
time
deal.
you have to be? Because I know that you have
we gotta get you
you're on a
going.
schedule. What time you got to be there?
I have to tell you, that is the mark of a great producer.
Yeah.
Right? Because obviously I have been on way too long already.
Not for us.
So we're concerned when I have to leave. No, I'm good.
So are we. We've got another. Oh wait, no, Bill.
We'll say to wrap
we're
it up.
going for TSL right now. So
Now listen. So you've got the actual event out. It's out. With the actual dedication of the plaque itself.
Yeah.
Correct?
I'll see it today for the first time.
Right.
11:30 this morning. They're going to show them to you.
And then a banquet tonight. Yes.
And then a banquet tonight.
Yes.
Right. So,
sensational.
And the line that I keep repeating, so you're going to hear this everywhere. It'll be in newspapers, wherever the hell they are. Right. The great thing about this is, right, normally when they put your name on a plaque in the ground, you don't get to see it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point.
So, wow, I'm looking out now.
Yeah. It's terrific, and the people, great group of people with you, and well deserved. And it's not like it's the end of the career, so it's wonderful to have it happen now.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you, and thank you most of all for your friendship. You have no idea how much I love all you guys, and how great it is to be able to stroll down here and not get in the way, be welcome. It's a great feeling.
Likewise.
And you guys deserve everything you get. And from what I understand, you get a lot.
we get 2 weeks vacation now because of you.
If I taught you anything at all,
That was it.
that was the lesson.
John,
you
It
needed to
just took
learn.
2 weeks.
You guys can take 2 weeks in a row. It's okay.
They'll still
be there when you get back. Don't worry about it. Bill hates that, but we love you for that. All right, congratulations,
Thank
John.
you, guys.
Certainly
Thank
deserve
you
it.
all.
John DeBella being inducted into the Philly Walk of Fame today. We're lucky to know him. It's excellent. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment when we return. B-File and another shot at $1,000, and the tickets hang in there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Or
beauty masks.
It says everyone cares about their skin.
This sounds like things to force your boyfriend to do with you.
That's what I'm hearing. Throw a party where your guests BYOB.
That's a lot of
That's
work.
not a date.
That's not a date.
That's
It's
not a date.
stupid.
Start binge watching a new show together. That's
kind of
what
obvious.
that's at home.
Yeah, that's standard.
Here we go. Do a puzzle together.
Oh, no. No. I hate puzzles.
Well, I'm okay with this one.
Are you?
Yeah, puzzles are fun.
Let's do a puzzle.
There was a while where we had just like a puzzle on the table that was whenever you wanted to go over and work on it, it was there.
Gosh. That is like a nightmare for me. That's a mess on a table that stays and doesn't leave.
You should have seen her face. She's rolling her eyes.
It's almost like the "Are we having sex?" face. Ew.
Pre-sneeze.
Kathy, the perfect puzzle to get if Dennis ever makes you get a puzzle to do is make sure that when it's put together it spells out "I want a divorce."
Seriously.
So that just looks like a mess to you.
I kind of agree. That's why I hate puzzles. There's always a piece missing.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist to check to see if you're OCD or?
No, I haven't.
Wait right here, Miss Romano. I need to go into the other room.
I've not officially been diagnosed.
All right.
I know that I've actually had the the therapist did the ADD stuff on me, and I have a whole bunch of things working.
Yeah, we would leave a puzzle laying out on the table, and the whole family could work on it from time to time. You could do it on your own, or everybody
throw
would
it
kinda
out.
sit there and we worked on it together.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
It's not necessarily date activity. It's
Kathy.
more family activity.
Yeah, it's not a date activity.
I would do this into the garbage.
Seriously,
Sweep
I
my
was
arm
thinking,
across.
this has been here for a month. Is anyone going to finish the puzzle?
Mommy's so much fun. How come these balloons were not inflated?
How about this? Take a bunch of personality quizzes together.
Oh, that'll be great.
Won't that be
Yeah,
fun?
you are a little obsessive. What did you say? Well, you never complete a jigsaw puzzle.
By the way, these are 65 great cheap first date ideas. Go on a guided tour together. Nick, you had mentioned that one. Here we go. Wake up ass early and watch the sunrise together.
No.
Thank you. Make breakfast for dinner. That can be fun. That's good for a family. No, Casey says.
Hey, look, we're having cereal.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy? Normally associated with breakfast, but we're having it now. It's over, isn't it?
It's over.
Go for a run.
Go for a run.
That's not a
I'm
date.
going to go for a run, and I'm not going to stop.
That's exercise. See a movie at an off time.
Let's go at 4 o'clock. Isn't that crazy? We're living on the edge. It's over, isn't it? I have some cereal in the car.
It's over, isn't it? Keep running. The next guest's film is not premiering until November 21st, but if you had partaken upon all these movies that are available, you would have gotten to see his movie last night because there was a screening of it.
Yes.
And we are happy to have him back in our studio yet again, and he's brought you so many great films in one way, shape, or the other over the years. Up in the Air, Thank You for Smoking, Juno, Whiplash, just to name a few. And now, here to talk about the front runner, we have Mr. Jason Reitman. Yay. Good to see you again, man.
It's good to see you. I just really feel bad for your audience that, they were listening to all these great stories about sex injuries, and then you're like, let's talk about art film, guys.
Well, this way we can say, hey, look, we're well-rounded, and this gives it credibility. Even if we're not well-rounded, we give the illusion of being well-rounded.
I almost buy it.
Congratulations on this. There's a lot of buzz over the movie, which is called Front Runner. It's the story of Gary Hart's run towards the presidency and the beginning of a I think, and as you rightly point out, and I've read interviews with you about the film, it was sort of a flashpoint for when news became tabloid. And things that used to sort of like in the Kennedy years, the press sort of said, you got your personal thing, we'll cover it to some extent. And then, or even before, there were some things that just were not, let's focus on the politics, and this is what we're here to talk about. But then it became something wholly other. And I remember as, the Gary Hart story was unfolding, and it just, now, of course, we have a multitude of news sources, but the country was focused. And so, like, in 1 week, a guy who looked like he was going to be the next president, it just came crashing down.
When I heard the story, I just thought, oh, here is a thread that leads us to 2018. When we try to imagine, all right, when does this moment start? When does tabloid journalism drive into the lane of political journalism? Here you have the story that is this kind of great pH test that reflects both sides of the audience.
Politics always surfaces in movies if it's done right because it's compelling. It can be very compelling, and the Candidate is a perfect example.
I have a tattoo from another movie of the same director.
What is it?
It's from Downhill Racers, the poster from Downhill Racers. So I am
awesome.
I'm really nerdy. Yeah.
That's very cool. So, but is that in fact the case?
It's not cool, but I appreciate that. But anyhow, look, it became this way to kind of understand today, and it's this thriller of a movie that touches on gender politics, that touches on the relationship between journalists and candidates, and that line between where our public life becomes our private life.
Right.
Before we got on this conversation, we were talking off air. We're headed to London tomorrow. What should we do while we're in London?
Are any of you guys Harry Potter fans?
Oh,
100%.
Yeah, Nick is massive fan.
Okay,
we're all fans.
They took the 2 stages where they shot the film at Leavesden in London, and they've turned it into this Harry Potter experience. And look, I'm a cynical guy, right? Like, I made Thank You for Smoking. That's who I am. But I filled with positive glee walking through the Harry Potter experience.
Really?
They have everything. They've like broken it down to like every one that was built, every set that was built, how they did the characters. You have butterbeer. It's sincerely magical.
Is it one of those things you got to get tickets way in advance for, do you think? Or
all right, I'm going to be a tool right now.
You pulled strings.
I just called someone at Warner Brothers. But
Son of a bitch.
So first become a famous filmmaker, then call your connection at Warner Brothers.
We're close friends with Jason Reitman.
My rule is always first be born the son of a famous director.
Okay.
And then everything will just line up perfectly.
What if you're a producer on a radio show in Philadelphia and you have a guest who's been to this thing? Can you ask that person to ask somebody for something?
Live on the air, of course you can ask.
WWE is in town, Monday Night Raw, and we want to welcome to our studio gentlemen who will be there, ladies and gentlemen. Elias is with us this morning.
Thank you. Hello.
And obviously, wrestling is your trade. It's where you make your money. But absolutely, you also want to have a music career. Are you careful with your hands when you're in the ring?
Yeah, of course, man. I don't want anybody to target these things. You know what I'm saying? I make my money in the ring, but also with these.
It's your cottage industry. Well, you have Chris Jericho and Fozzy.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
I mean, this is not.
He's the singer, though. I don't think he plays any instrument. As far as I could tell, I don't think Chris Jericho plays any instruments. So
Right. But I mean, they've got some good traction. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
No, Fozzy's doing great, man. All over the world, those guys.
With the WWE, it's all about the marketing and the fans enjoying it and getting everybody out there to have a good time. You talk about the different people that come out. I was at a Raw event one time, and there was this woman, it seemed like in her 70s, going ape-ass. I mean, the age range is astonishing.
Sure.
Who comes out to you? But who would you describe as the core Elias fan?
Man, I mean, a core Elias fan is anybody that believes that WWE stands for Walk with Elias.
There you go.
That's all that matters
with
to
Elias.
me, man. That's all that matters to me. And the world screams it at me every week when I tell them. So, I got to say, man, people come, they let loose, they let go, they just enjoy the show, and nothing's more enjoyable than an Elias performance.
How long have you been wrestling with the WWE now?
So I've been in the company for a little over 4 years, and I've been on Monday Night Raw for, I got to say, maybe a year and a half now, something about that.
Is that when it steps up to the next level? Because, I assume there are certain levels of WWE.
Absolutely, yeah. Monday Night Raw is the pinnacle of live television for WWE. Live TV every single week, millions around the world watching, tens of thousands in attendance, whatever it may be.
It's amazing.
How hard do you have to work as a performer to build a fan base?
So for me, it's been pretty natural progression from where I was in NXT, which was our kind of our where you are right before Monday Night Raw, before SmackDown and stuff like that. So I was starting to build something there, and then when I exploded onto Monday Night Raw, the world got to see kind of who I am and what it is, and you build an audience from that point on. So for some people, it comes very natural. Others, it's very difficult, but that's all part of the game.
Well, you wrestled the independent circuit for a while, right?
Yeah, I was on the independents for a few years before I got scooped up by the WWE, probably about 4 years, yeah.
Listen, what you do, there's injuries are part of the deal. And, I've been ringside, and his blood's not fake. You guys get, you'll get your asses kicked sometimes.
No, yeah.
But there are people in place to make sure that you're taken care of. How lawless and unchecked is the independent circuit, and when you're just working your way up? I mean,
Well, I mean, you're gonna come across all different kinds of things. Not only when it comes down to the performers, maybe not being as trained as they should be, or things like that.
That's what I'm thinking. Guys who don't know what they're doing can really,
But you've got rings, and that might not be up to quality.
Sure.
Metro traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I know we can do the bizarre file and then still have a little bit of time left before we do the concert cash keyword. I wanted to bring up something before we go to the bizarre file.
All right.
Because we have a little bit of time to play.
All right.
Tomorrow is National Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Today is 420 Day, but it is also National High Five Day. And I wanted to mention this before we get past the day because I did not know the origin of the high five.
Oh.
And it's pretty damn interesting, to be honest. And by the way, do you know what I think has messed things up for the high five?
What?
The fist bump.
The fist bump.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was playing golf with my buddy Jim the other day, made a great shot. We go up to celebrate.
Yeah.
He throws a fist, I throw the high five. We do that stupid, awkward fist.
Rock, paper, scissors.
We do the rock, paper, scissors, and then I try to switch, and then he ends up going backwards the other way where I'm doing the fist and he does the hand, and then we both stop and we're like, we have to start over again.
I do not like the hand. I've never been a hand bump kind of guy. I like the joy of a high five, like you know.
Oh,
Casey,
the fist bump? You mean
the
you don't
fist
care
bump?
for that?
Yeah. Casey, when we rode the Velocicoaster.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's messed it up.
We both looked at each other.
It happens, all the time.
Yeah.
Partially because being Caucasian, that you just mess it up altogether. But I don't. I'd rather high five. There's an audible.
Do not like the fist bump.
Yeah. Which
It says it's celebratory.
But anyhow, here is the origin of it. There are various origin stories to the gesture, but the most widely accepted one pins the high five to a 1977 baseball game between the LA Dodgers and the Houston Astros.
All right.
Okay, it was the last game of the season, and Dodgers outfielder Dusty Baker had just hit a home run, his 30th of the season.
Dusty's a good name.
And that accomplishment made Dodgers the first team in Major League history to have 4 players hit 30 homers. So it was a really big deal.
Yeah.
Baker's rookie teammate, Glenn Burke, was waiting for him on deck, and as Baker crossed home plate, Burke was just happy. He triumphantly put his hands up into the air. And according to Dodgers historian Mark Langle, he said, the way the legend goes, Glenn put his arm high in the air, and Dusty didn't know what to do, so he just slapped it.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
And he just did it. The guy's hand was up, and he was excited. They were both excited, and he was just like, hey, bang, and he just reached out and hit it.
Could have been one of 100. He could have gently cupped his genitals.
He could have.
And he didn't. He went for that.
Yeah.
And although slapping hands as a type of handshake dates back at least to the 1920s, there was something different about the way that Burke and Baker did it that instantly caught the public's attention. John Mullum, a journalist who has documented the high fives history, relayed Burke's thoughts about the historic moment. He said the way he used to tell the story of that first high five with Dusty Baker wasn't necessarily that he had innovated something, so much as that he was so overwhelmed with joy and pride of what Dusty had just done that the high five just came out of him, and Dusty brought it out of him. From there, the Dodgers quickly adopted the high five as a symbol of team pride, and they started doing it regularly over the next few seasons to the delight of the media and the fans. And it took off after that. A 1980 advertisement for the Los Angeles Dodgers boasts the team's high five salute, Dodger Stadium, according to Mark Langle.
So they named it. They named it.
Yep,
so they codified
salute.
it. Now, I have to imagine that there was a period in time, throughout history, that gesture seems like a natural reaction to put your hands up and maybe embrace hands or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to have it start from this point forward as the high five in the way it was done, that's pretty interesting.
I'm blown away that it started in the 70s.
Yeah. By the way, there's an interesting story to this too. Burke's tenure with the Dodgers was short-lived. He and his demise is mired by controversy. He was openly gay among his teammates. It was a very, very rare thing, especially in the 1970s. In 1978, despite being an up-and-coming contributor to the team, he was traded to the Oakland Athletics, and some of Burke's teammates, his own teammates, maintain to this day that he was traded because of his sexuality. Became an icon in the gay community, brought his famous high five with him as well in San Francisco's Castro district.
Yeah.
The high five became a defiant symbol of gay pride. And
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. He didn't serve very much playing time in Oakland. Fell out of the major leagues after 5 seasons and died from complications of AIDS in 1995. He was 42 years old.
I high five with Pancake every single day.
Do you?
Yeah. It's kind of like our thing. It's how I end up my shift and begin his shift. Like when we get done here,
it's like passing the baton.
Passing the baton, yeah. So I take all of we have like sponsorship copies and stuff like that. I bring it back to the other studio. I put it all back. Once everything is put away, I turn around. I give him a high five, and then if Pierre's there, I give him a high five.
Pierre does the high five?
Well, it's funny because I right-hand high five Pancake and then left-hand high five Pierre.
Okay.
I don't know why, but like now it's this
just
thing
the way
that we
of
do.
it, yeah.
And if Pancake is off, whoever his producer is, if it's Connor, I have to high five him.
It's just a ritual.
And now it's like an OCD thing.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I think I'm going to make a pact with my friend Jim, who I golf with regularly, that we will only high five from now on.
Yeah, no more fist bumps.
No more fist bumps.
Yeah.
It's just, it ruins the moment. This thing is
oh
great. Yeah, let's celebrate. Oh, man, we messed that up.
Massive joy.
Now I feel like a total dork.
Why?
Well, when you mess that up.
When that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
It's the worst when you both switch, right? So the person,
Yes.
Like you go for the fist bump, he goes for the high five. You realize that you're not matching up, and then You go to the high five. He goes to the fist. Oh, you're like, oh my god, this is just the worst.
Is there a term for that? Like,
Docking.
I've heard it called like a turkey or something along those lines.
Yes.
Is there?
I
somebody
think you're right.
Yeah, if somebody goes for the high five and you go for the fist bump, everything that Casey was just describing, I'm not anti-fist bump. But to me, that's more of a greeting or a goodbye or an attaboy. A high five, that's a celebration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be like, here's the deal. If you guys are both going up for it at the same time, it universally should be high five.
High five.
Right?
Yes.
If somebody has already established that I have the fist out, okay, now it's a fist bump. But
you remember the high 10? That was a
Yes, I like the high 10.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, did we do the high 10 on the Velocicoaster?
No,
or
we
was
just
it
did the high
five.
Just the high five. That was,
What do you call it when you go in to use some tongue and the other person doesn't?
Every night?
I don't know.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, thanks anyway.
Oh, no,
It's the thanks
Sorry,
anyway. It's the Romano.
You call it the Romano.
Yeah. I ever tell you how I did a low 3 one time? I didn't want to. This guy, my friend's buddy. Okay, you'll understand what the low 3 is. This dude grabbed me by the hips and thrust his nether regions to my nether regions, and all like the things, and then the two things that hang underneath
the balls?
thing, they all slapped against
Your
each
balls
other.
and penis,
And
yeah.
I was like, dude, why did you just do that? Like
Low 3.
Yes.
Is that what he called it?
No, that's what I just called it right now.
Okay.
But like, I was like, Dan, his name's Dan.
Yeah.
And he lives in Texas now, so it doesn't even matter. But I was like, dude, why did you just do that? Like our genitalia, just all of it, just smashed together. Like,
did it hurt?
No.
But it was
just wonderful.
But no, it was not wonderful. But it was like
wonderful.
It felt like it was going in slow motion. Where it was like, no.
My balls just hit your balls.
How is that tradition not taken off?
Yeah.
The low 3.
I love the low 3.
Okay.
Dusty Baker gets the high five and you get the low 3.
God. Wow.
We're really treated to something today, sports fans. It's the first time we've ever seen two players drop down and give each other a low 3.
Anyhow, it's National High Five.
Right on.
Yeah.
So no fist bumping today. All right.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Just
high five.
High five only. All right. It is now 10 a.m., which means we can do this.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right. The word is secret, S-E-C-R-E-T. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there's a bunch of ways you can do it. You can do it on the contest page, WMMR.com. You can do it via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now, and winners get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com for MMRBQ details. Text the word finally to 39333 for a link for the information. It is sponsored by Meineke, and again, the word for you is secret, S-E-C-R-E-T. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site. They also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. A dead body being transported for organ donation earlier this year may have unexpectedly saved a life after a hearse came dangerously close to going over a cliff.
Oh.
A man was driving a hearse down Interstate 70 around 3 a.m. on January 27th when the vehicle went off the road. Video from the scene shows the hearse hanging halfway off the snow-covered roadway.
Wow.
One responding officer sounded very surprised that the situation wasn't worse. You could hear him say while he was trudging toward the vehicle in the snow, "That's a lucky mother effer right there."
Those are police terms.
The driver later said that the weight of the body he was transporting may have helped to prevent the car from falling over the edge and down the cliff.
We're just happy this guy was a fat slob.
The hearse driver claimed that he was run off the road by a red Dodge Durango. The young driver of the car can be heard recounting his experience over the phone. There's video footage of it. He says, they literally bounced me all the way off over to the cliff.
Wow.
He said, I was like teetering, and then when I like opened my eyes, I was like, holy F. And I was coughing like crazy because there was smoke everywhere. The driver escaped unscathed and declined medical treatment, but it was the weight of the dead body in the back of the hearse that may have kept it from tipping over and going down the cliff.
Have you ever been a pallbearer?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And they can weigh a lot, yes.
Yeah, I did it twice, and both times they were pretty elderly and light.
Oh, there you go.
Yes. A man from Tempe is accused of criminal trespass and indecent exposure after he allegedly baptized himself while naked at a fountain in Mesa Church over the weekend.
I'll take care of this.
Police say that Jeremiah Sykes, 20 years old, exposed himself while in a baptism fountain at One Life Church on Saturday. Officers were told that the man was just sitting there, refusing to leave, and that as police were called, Sykes reportedly grabbed a blanket and left. Officers found him nearby, still
Not
naked.
yet. I want to make some fart bubbles.
And holding a blanket. Sykes admitted to baptizing himself naked, but that he had left once he was asked to leave. And at the scene, officers arrested him on recommended charges of indecent exposure and criminal trespass. He also had some outstanding warrants. Once he was taken to the jail, he reportedly threw his socks at one of the detention officers, and that officer...
You could have killed someone.
He reportedly threw a punch, hitting the officer in the head. Another officer was also struck while trying to intervene. Ultimately, authorities were able to restrain him, and after he had his Miranda rights read to him, he didn't answer any more questions. But he baptized himself, so he's got that going for him, which is nice. A New Zealand hunting competition. Now, when I first got this story...
Right.
It was full speed ahead. They have since canceled this. Okay, so a New Zealand hunting competition has promoted uproar over a new category where children compete to kill as many feral cats as possible for cash prize. The North Canterbury Hunting Competition announced a new category on Saturday where children 14 and under will hunt feral cats for the possibility of a $250 prize.
We've since replaced it with our new Decapitate the Elderly contest, which I hope will be a good time, good Saturday afternoon.
Prospective entrants were warned that killing anyone's beloved pet would see them expelled from the running, so don't go killing pets now.
No.
Any children who produce dead microchipped cats would have their entire entry disqualified.
Our baby home run hitting contest.
Animal rights campaigners, however, don't believe that the safeguard would be sufficient. They said disqualifying dead cats with microchips is a little too late. He said it's not even an ambulance, but a grave at the bottom of a cliff.
It's pretty horrifying.
So feral and domestic cats are a serious threat to biodiversity and native wildlife in New Zealand. They eat endangered native birds and eggs, lizards, bats, and insects. The issue of their control has been previously a heated political matter. In 2013, political campaigner and founder of the Opportunities Party, Gareth Morgan, made headlines when he called for all of New Zealand's cats to be eradicated, and he dubbed them natural-born killers and sadists of the animal kingdom.
So would it be safe to say he's not a cat guy?
I don't think he's a cat guy.
No.
But they have canceled the children's feral cat hunt, by the way.
Oh, Mommy, I wanted to go kill some kitties.
A number of posts about people crashing into houses have surfaced lately. I had one yesterday, actually.
Landed on the house.
Normally, drivers who hit people's houses only hit the first floor because that's where the road usually is. But one California driver somehow managed to launch their car onto the second floor of the house they hit. This is had the similar story yesterday. The crash in question took place in Placer County, California, between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe. And while the basics of what happened are clear, a Subaru Outback ended up on the second story of someone's house. We don't know exactly how the car got up there. Maybe speed was a factor, but officials have yet to explain how the car got airborne or the condition of the driver at the time of the crash.
Well, it either launched for speed or drove up the steps.
The good news is no one in the house was hurt. The driver was reportedly injured, but it appears their injuries from flying into a house were minor. In order to rescue the driver, though, the emergency crews had to cut off the power to the house to stabilize the roof enough for them to get up there and help them out safely. And that is the last story I have for the Bizarre File for this one. Thank you, man. All right, so we have about 8 minutes left for you to enter the word secret. That is our MMR Concert Cash giveaway. secret word that you need to enter the keyword. So it's secret, SECRET, and you can enter that by doing it at at WMMR.com or through the app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. However you do it now before it is too late. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
In Nashville a few years ago, I had a guy come off the top rope, land on the side of my shin, and snap my tibia.
You're a bit of a Renaissance man, and not just the music, but you're an artist as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do a little bit of it all. I play all different instruments. I wrestle. I paint. Of course, I guess you're pulling up my
It's
Instagram.
pretty damn good, man.
I found one. It's very Bob Ross-ish.
Yes.
I'm looking at one that's which is beautiful, and Bob Ross kind of gets I guess chucked aside, but he did some wonderful things.
And he was Muay Thai, Preston. He fought, he fought in the octagon. Yeah,
I had no idea. Is this stuff that you do do you have time to do this while you're on the road, or do you gotta do that at home?
So if I have any time at home, that's it. And it's Bob Ross, the same style as Bob Ross, which is the oil painting and things like that, which I love. And yeah, so that is if I have any kind of free time. It's just another creative outlet for me, but definitely not painting on the road. That would be nice.
Well, dude, if you can smash a guitar over people, imagine you bring in that little paint spatula that he would use. You just jab it into someone's throat. Yeah, you could go
that's right. Yeah.
Paint brushes and stuff. That'd be cool.
I have to ask tonight, will Miss Rousey be part of the show?
Ronda Rousey will be in the house tonight. Nice. She'll be at Philly. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's got some issues going on with the Bella twins after last week.
It was sort of brutal.
Called them a bunch of untrustworthy bitches, I think.
I believe those were her words. Exactly.
It didn't sound good.
I love her. Yeah. I have such a crazy crush on her. It's ridiculous.
Ronda?
Yeah.
She's fantastic, man. She's come into WWE. She's lit the place on fire. And above all else, she walks with Elias, so I'm a big fan of hers.
All right.
And Elias, it seems that she did the right thing. You come in. She didn't come in. She didn't come in like. Well, I'm entitled. She earned the audience a bit and did her deal. Correct.
Well, you know what? She's shown the world, aside from her amazing background, right? She's shown them that she is passionate about what we do also. Yeah. And it's, if you could be real on TV, the fans, the people, they will see that, they will feel that, and they'll either connect to you or they won't, man. So, and I think she's just been real and she's been true to herself, and that's just a huge key in what we do.
I have to ask, when it's all going down, when the production's on and it's the cameras are rolling, because there's cameras backstage as well and stuff like that. Is it now such a machine that there's no here go, or is there ever you're running around is it pandemonium behind the curtains there as you're putting on the whole show?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
No, I mean in other words, as you're getting everything ready, as you're doing the because there's a backstage
you're
area.
Saying, preparing for the show.
Right, yeah.
It's different every single time you show up, man. You know what I mean? It's just it's a machine, and then it's the human element. You know what I mean? And they're coming together, and you got to make a big show. So there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's several hours long, so you guys, it's a long day of work for everybody, especially the crew, the people that puts all that stuff together and make sure that everything runs properly. But when you're waiting for your match, when you're backstage, wherever they have you guys set up, are you watching what's going on, or do you just wait till your show?
No, I'll be honest with you, man. I'll keep an eye on what's going on, but usually I'm in the back. I'm playing guitar, just kind of getting in my own mind as to whatever I got to do for my performance tonight. Sometimes I like to take a pre-performance nap, if I can, get in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Or,
I knew I liked you.
Sit tease to get my voice ready. Whatever it may be, I'm doing my own thing.
Great to meet you. Thanks for coming by here.
You got it.
Have fun tonight. WWE Raw tonight. A team of researchers from the UK and Spain has found evidence showing that, contrary to popular belief, the orgasm face is not the same as the pain face.
I think they're different.
Yes.
I would think that my O face is different than a pain face.
The researchers created a computer program to mimic a wide variety of gender-neutral facial expression. And they started with mathematical models that have been developed for animating faces, and it included a core set of 42 movements representing different parts of the face.
Jesus, this is a scary. These computer renderings are pretty horrifying.
Aren't they? They're weird looking.
They're terrifying.
So in this research, they asked 80 adults, half male, half female, to determine if the expressions showed orgasm, pain, or something else. They used the results to build better models and then asked another 104 people to assess the simulated facial expressions. The researchers found a clear distinction between perceptions of pain and pleasure. Most of the volunteers agreed on which was which, but there was more to the study. The volunteers had also been divided into two cultural groups, half from Western cultures and half from Asian cultures. Both groups saw clear differences between orgasmic faces and pained faces, but they differed markedly in what they saw as the face of a person experiencing an orgasm.
So we're looking at four computer-generated faces here. It looks like they're at a Dane Cook show. They're just smiling and sort of chuckling.
Those from here's how it played out. Those from Western cultures tended to choose wide-eyed expressions with gaping mouths.
Yeah.
Asian volunteers, on the other hand, chose smiling faces with tightened lips.
Yeah.
This is really great.
It sounds like a bowel movement. All right. Well, what do you imagine, if you can, for me? What would you imagine your face looks like?
Oh God, I don't want to know.
I think I'm kind of like. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
I think I have
I
think I have an open mouth.
Do you? Like, wide open? Really?
Oh, something like that.
It's so funny that you have no interest in seeing your own face.
No, my God.
But seeing
people who videotape themselves having sex. No. Are you kidding me?
But seeing your partner's face, seeing your girlfriend's face, or your wife's face, like that's a turn on, though. Like I am turned off by my own face.
I think I look like Bogart.
Somebody texts in and says, "O faces look the same as pre-sneeze faces."
Yeah. 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 A little bit. Yes.
I'm making my pre-sneeze face. No, I don't look. There's no way I look like that.
Maybe you
Let
do.
me see your pre-sneeze face, Casey. Stop it.
Do it again.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make you sneeze so hard.
Sneeze all over your face.
I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Oh, that's so gross.
Sorry, just sneezed on your back.
God, I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Kathy, there's a question for you. What would you rather have
I'm
all
gonna
over your
sneeze you a pearl necklace.
I think the sneeze face might be accurate.
Really?
A little bit.
I purposely didn't ask
All right,
Yeah, I want to see your pre-sneeze face,
All right,
please.
hold on,
All right, I know you're laughing, but
All right.
Serious.
This is Kathy's orgasm face. Do you think Guppies is still open?
Oh my God.
What time does Target.com close?
Oh my God, will this ever end? I'm so hungry.
Target.com?
That closes?
Last week, well, I already said that.
No, do it again.
Tell us the golf ball story again.
Do it again with a British accent.
No.
What?
The first North American.
Greta Van Fleet.
The first North American tour. Oh my God.
November, December, January, February.
But then a young ingenue came in to turn everything around. Kathy Romano stars in Let's Go to Guppies. Starring Bill Weston as the program director who hates her mentioning guppies all the time.
She had 2 babies.
Okay.
God, that's a Dawson's Creek.
Oh, yeah.
She had another hit, didn't she? Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Was that the other?
Paula Cole?
Was that Paula Cole or
Where have all the cowboys gone?
I remember that song. I wasn't sure if that was her or not. Nick, you'll have to look that up. I did like some of her stuff.
She had hairy pits. Do you remember that?
Yeah. She
was a big thing.
She was.
I thought that was her father.
That was her father, Harry Pitt.
I'm a private detective. Have you heard about my girl?
Name's Harry.
She sings the title song for Dawson's Creek. The sun sunk into the sky like a pearl in a bottle of Prel.
What?
You remember that commercial?
Yeah,
No.
So random.
Nick Stevens has singles or releases or music video.
Where have all the cowboys gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paula Cole. What am I looking up now?
It was the kind of yellow you'd see on an office window where people smoked a lot.
I didn't see the title at the top. I just thought that was the Paula Cole page. So yes, Steve, she did indeed do.
Thank you.
Where have all the cowboys gone?
I'm out.
You're out? Aw.
It's Friday, late Friday.
It is. It was late Friday.
It was late Friday. I ate all over as if I just won a marathon. Kathy came into the office. Told me she'd made reservations at Guppy. Phil came in, prattling on something about third leg of the stool.
Can't take it, man. Oh. This is his directorial debut for the film Wildlife. Please welcome back to our studio after 6 years, Mr. Paul Dano. This morning. Good to see you, Paul.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Listen, so your directorial debut, and also you wrote the screenplay or co-wrote the screenplay. Going into this, what kind of expectations did you set for yourself? That's a big, big, big project.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, directing is such a long journey and such a big experience. I think you're just sort of setting expectations one step at a time.
Okay.
So honestly, at first, you're just trying to write a good script and set yourself up with a foundation that you can feel good on. Then you're just like trying to get the actors to say yes. Then you're just like trying to get the money.
And we're talking years and years, and we're talking about what, about like 4 years?
I would say so. I read a book called Wildlife by Richard Ford, who's an incredible American writer.
Right.
Probably 2011 or 2012, and started turning this thing over in my head, thinking, okay, can this be a film? Can this be a film for me?
So do you immediately option it because you're like, oh, okay, because I know how these things play, and you want to make sure you have it, correct?
Correct, but I did not immediately option
Really? Okay.
it. Yeah, because I sort of wanted to make sure that I had something to offer it. Also, because I sort of do admire Richard Ford, I really wanted to sort of know that there was a film. You know, just a good book doesn't necessarily make a film, so why make a film of it? And when I thought of the ending for this film, which is different than the book, that's when I optioned the book, because I sort of knew the final shot sort of gave me the energy and the courage to sort of actually do it.
It's very cool because I think when you take, so you and Zoe Kazan co-wrote the screenplay, and it was from what I understand, it was a back and forth process, and that actually, you know, you kind of took a very long run at it at first, and she sort of helped you, you know, whittle it down and get to that point. But you sort of got the blessing from the author of the book to just make it your own property. And at that point when that happened, you have a sigh of relief? Because I think the onus would, or you'd feel sort of you'd have to be as faithful to the source material
of Def Leppard on there. I never in my life would I've ever thought that those guys would have ended up pairing up together. But
yeah.
And it's a great song, so you never know, man.
It's my favorite song about spillways.
20 minutes after 10 and the Preston and Steve show on this Thursday morning, 4:20, by the way. And a beautiful day today, by the way. 73 degrees and sunshine. So that's right in the heart of it. Tomorrow, more summer-like temperatures, high 82 and partly cloudy. And then we have some rain on Saturday in the afternoon, high 79. Then we cool off, you know, that front comes through. And then Sunday's high only about 64 degrees. Mostly sunny skies, so even cooler on Monday.
Are you getting out to play at all?
I'm going to try to play, yes, this weekend on Sunday. I think I would like to do that.
And your dad's a huge golf fan. He doesn't play, but he enjoys going along?
Yeah, I've actually brought him along. He can't play. His shoulder's just way out of whack. But, yeah, so I brought him along to ride in the cart with me and had a blast.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
Hey, we're actually going horseback riding on Friday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll take the horses over to the golf course.
Well, no, but you know what? We've done it like a number of times, but not in the area. And so I started looking around, and sure enough, there's a place out in Collegeville where they take you out on a trail.
Oh, yeah. It's probably right by me. It's in
Evansburg Park?
Evansburg State Park, yeah. There's a couple places.
I'm going to have to ice my crotch.
We have, before I took Carter on a trip to Wyoming to a dude ranch, we went there and we rode horses a couple times just to get used to it. I love it.
It's great. Sometimes I did one time, Kathy, it was upstate New York, and my niece had worked at a ranch. And so we spent the most time I've ever spent on a horse galloping, you know, like at a good clip. And you don't realize it.
Oh, it beats you up.
Holy hell.
Yes, it beats you up.
Jesus. Later on that night, I'm like, oh, my God.
You guys will just be walking, though, Kath. They don't do, you know, cantering or loping, as they call it.
They said they ride to the, you know, lowest level of the rider. So we have a couple beginners.
Yeah, you're going to be right by me while you're doing that. It's cool. It's really nice. The weather's going to be beautiful for that type of activity.
Ooh.
Horse activity.
Equestrian. activities. Equestrian activities.
All right, I'm going to ask today's lesson question, and we are going to give away a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card for the correct answer to this. And sometimes, we'll grab something from way earlier in the show, and every now and then we'll throw one at you that's just recently. Dusty Baker invented the high five. What did Casey invent? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Dusty Baker invented the high five. What did Casey invent? 215-263-WMMR was just a few minutes ago. If you heard it and you know the answer, call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Water Ice. Rita's is freezing up the flavor for your next coffee fix with their new cold brew frozen coffee. Sink your straw into the perfect pick-me-up with 3 great flavors, mocha, caramel, and cold brew, and you can get yours today. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, she won an Oscar for Everything Everywhere All at Once, and now Michelle Yeoh says she's looking for even bigger challenges. In fact, earlier this week, Yeoh announced her first post-Oscar role will be as football legend John Madden.
Wow!
That's going to be wild. And Lindsay Lohan, she enjoyed a celebratory dinner/baby shower with her family in New York before heading to Dubai in advance of her delivery date. Lindsay admits she would prefer to give birth in Abu Dhabi over Dubai because the people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah. I'm so glad you did that.
Finally, believe it or not, this is true. Alec Baldwin and the cast and crew of the movie Rust back on location to resume filming today. Baldwin is also an executive producer, says he's shooting for a fall release.
Oh, no.
And that's your Hollywood show.
All righty, we will see if we can indeed find an answer to the lesson question. Dusty Baker invented the high five. What did Casey invent? 215-263-WMMR. And we're going to go to Scott, see if Scott knows the answer. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Yee, doggy.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Doggy.
All right, Scott, what did Casey invent, please?
It is the low 3.
The low 3, yep. Hang on, Scotty. We're going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Sunday brunch is on the menu at Bonefish Grill. Feast on new savory selections like frittatas and Grand Marnier French toast sticks that pair with a collection of shareable sangria and margarita pitchers. And you can visit bonefishgrill.com for the information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, a couple things to run by. Oh, real quick, sponsor brought to you by Horizon Services. From cold showers to clogged drains, Horizon's highly trained expert plumbers are there when you need them with 24-hour emergency plumbing solutions. Visit horizoneasybook.com to book in 30 seconds. The NFL announced that Fall Out Boy and Motley Crue will be headlining acts for the NFL Draft Concert Series.
Oh my
Fall Out Boy and Motley Crue?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the fact that
I know.
it's the NFL
now for the draft.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Are you kidding me?
So you have, obviously, the halftime show became what it was, and then you started having the pregame show.
Yeah.
And then the night before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And now we're doing the draft concert series.
Yeah, and then,
Yep.
listen, the NFL is great at making money.
Yep, they're wonderful at making
Where's it
money.
again this year?
It's in Kansas City.
All right.
Yep, so Fall Out Boy will take the stage following round 1 on Thursday, April 27th. After round 3 of the drafts, Motley Crue will headline day 2 on Friday, April 28th. The concerts are free and will take place as part of the 2023 NFL Draft in Kansas City and runs April 27th through the 29th.
So I was just looking up some of the information, and Casey mentioned that it was in Kansas City. But Casey, what I didn't realize, and I probably should have at this point, every team has their own draft party. So there's an official Eagles draft party. There's an official Carolina, the Panthers party. And so
there or in their respective
in their
cities?
respective cities. So just you talked about being able to make money. All of the teams are also making money beneath the league making money.
I mean, it's an event, right? And the Eagles have 2, first round draft picks, and for years, minus that pandemic year, I get together with my brother. We'll like have a cigar and we'll watch the draft, and
I've watched events over the years. Some things that are a success, they try to get too big.
Yeah.
and
kill
then
it.
and then it either kills it or they end up having to pare it back. It still keeps going with the NFL. Like it hasn't reached peak.
Where's the ceiling on this?
Too much yet.
Well, I mean, on Thanksgiving, right? So Thanksgiving was
That's an NFL event.
It is, and it was for the longest time. It was Detroit had a home game, Dallas had a home game.
You're right.
Now they have a flex game. Well, not necessarily flex, but now there's a night game that is being. But also they have halftime shows. For the Lions and the Cowboys games, like concerts on the field.
I mean, you go back further when Monday night was the anomaly, and then they had Thursday night, and now
Sunday night.
Sunday night. I mean, it's
Sunday night is bigger than Monday night because Sunday night is national TV, whereas Monday night is ESPN.
I thought Thursday night was going to prove to be an issue, right?
Well, I think it is. I think that there's an issue with Thursday night. I like Thursday night football, but. So this is music news, by the way.
Yeah.
The games last year sucked, right? But the NFL, they look ahead at the schedule and they go, okay, we think that these two teams playing will actually have like some sort of national attention. And it just so happens that most of the games this past season on Thursday nights had teams that kind of sucked and the games sucked. So now the NFL's like, well, we're going to flex, which means that they can change at the last minute. Oh, you're not playing on Sunday anymore. You're going to play on Thursday night.
Really?
Yeah.
They can de-suck it.
All right. Well, anyhow, moving on to other things in music news. Stained guitarist and founding member Mike Mashuk opened up about the band's new album, Confessions of the Fallen. During an interview, he said, it's been a long time coming. It took us a while to get to the end, but I'm really happy with the final outcome. He said, listen, it's been 12 years since our last record. But I want to say, really, things started coming together probably when we were on the Korn tour in 2021. He said, I spent a lot of time working on music, and I was able to get together with Aaron Lewis on that tour and play him some ideas and kind of go through and figure out what he liked and where he was and get some direction as to where to go. A lot of it came together on that tour, and it was the following year that we hired Eric Ron and really started putting things together.
I'm not a huge fan of Stained, but I've heard that on this latest album that they have two different audio engineers. They have a Russian audio engineer and a Czech one, too.
Okay.
So you even got a wow at a Craig Legons. I mean, when that guy's rolling his eyes.
That was almost like antimatter.
So they got a Russian and a Czech one, too.
Yeah, and a Czech one, too.
I know. Yeah. I was just giving you a different inflection. I got you. So,
I don't care. I like it.
My favorite part of those things
is the awkward silence?
Is not that. I can tell it's coming because you do this thing.
Yeah.
You go like this.
Yeah,
Go,
He gets all excited.
you sit up straight.
Yeah.
You sit up really straight, and your movements are very quick.
I had one that I was going to do last week.
Do it.
No.
If you can surpass this one, I would appreciate it.
No, but the one that I just did, Kath, the one I told you about, this wasn't that one.
I know, so save it.
I'm going.
Is it good? You've heard it?
No,
There's
I told
like a
her.
whole thing that goes with it, and we need some interaction from other people. There's a lot.
No.
All right.
Just pay attention and
Let's debut it tomorrow.
We're not
Prime
gonna
slot,
debut
8
it
a.m.
Last story. Extreme.
I love the love-hate relationship with the dad jokes. because
There is.
Yeah. It's really it's driving a wedge between our listening audience. People really love them.
Hey, I have a love-hate relationship. On some level, I think it's stupid, and why waste the time? And on the other side, there's something really funny.
Well,
They're good. They're good.
When I watch you, most of them you react the same way. You are highly annoyed in the beginning, and then by the end of it, you're laughing.
I know.
In the beginning, you're like, could I get away with murder right now?
I wonder.
I wonder.
All right, one last music news story. The band Extreme and Living Color are joining forces for a 19-date summer run.
They're going to make a super group.
No, they will be the
Extreme
closest
Color.
that I see them coming to us is in Reading at the Santander Performance Arts Center. They're also going to be in Sayreville, New Jersey at Starland Ballroom. But Extreme has dropped new. By the way, Reading is August 8th and Sayreville is August 10th. What? Oh, they're playing the Keswick. I didn't see that.
Nice.
Okay, so August 12th they'll play the Keswick.
Okay.
Extreme is a band I really like. So they've will release their latest album titled 6 on June 9th. 6 coming out on the 9th.
Dark. It's a new one from Extreme. It's called 6.
The album's
lovers everywhere enjoy the sensuality.
The album's lead single is Rise. And it hit number 1. No, it hit number 3. Should hit number 6 on the classic rock
Take the
chart.
7th caller for anyone who wants to win those Eagles barbecue tongs. Sick.
You said it's August 12th at the Keswick?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's a Saturday.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I'd love to get those guys in studio.
It'd be great.
The Living Color guys, I mean.
Do our show on Saturday, man.
All right. Extreme has dropped 2 new videos this week for the songs Banshee and Rebel. And Living Color's last album was in 2017. All right, there you go. That's it. That's all I have. Last item in music news.
1, 2.
We're going to take a quick break.
There's a follow-up.
Keep trying. Hang in there, man. Eventually, people forgot they heard it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment to wrap up the show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
To sort of follow now what the film is, and you have to. He had the great bit of wisdom that you can't just sort of translate a book and make it into a film. And my partner and I, Zoe, this sort of story there is that. I wrote a first draft. I secretly thought it was pretty good, and then I gave it to her, and she quickly dissuaded me.
Wow. As friends too. As good friends too.
Yeah.
This is not as good as you think it is.
Did Richard Ford, the author, did he ever visit the set during filming, or did he stay away from all that?
No, he stayed away. I mean, we kept in touch via email. He writes the most beautiful emails, and we've been in touch. We just did a talk at Lincoln Center the last week in New York. He loves the film, so that means a lot.
So it's a story of a family and a family going through changes, and it's a funny thing because a simple story told this way, families can provide your greatest sense of support and love, and also your greatest conflict in life and your greatest your greatest issues to deal with, and that's what you were looking to explore with this, correct?
That's exactly it. Richard Ford sort of captured a duality where he was able to look at this hard situation with a lot of compassion, a lot of love. That's certainly how I, sort of grew up. We lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in New York. My family was close, but probably too close. And when my parents struggled, we felt it, and it's sort of, I moved to a new town when I was 14 to enter high school. At that point in your life, home is sort of the edge of the world. I didn't yet have friends in that town. And so that is sort of what the film is trying to express. It's really about a kid seeing his parents change, their marriage change, and sort of just being like thrust suddenly into adulthood.
It's got to be wild.
You mentioned your partnership with Zoe Kazan, and she was here with you when you came in July of 2012 for Ruby Sparks, and you deferred to her, I guess, when it comes to the writing process. But what is that like when you have an idea and you really love your idea, and then you give it to somebody else, and they say that's not bad, but I'm going to take. Is it trust? Is it how do you get to a point where you're like, all right, her idea is better than mine?
Well, it's debilitating first.
You're crippled. What do you mean?
No. So in this case, it wasn't that somebody's idea is better. It was like, okay, this was my first time writing. Zoe is a proper writer. She's written plays that have gone up in New York. She's written screenplays that have been produced. She saw what I was trying to do, but was like, I can. And also, frankly, we just couldn't get through a note session because we live together, and you have to sort of protect the relationship from a certain amount of conflict. So I think she was like, why don't I just do a pass, because I think it's healthier for us than if we just fight through these notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that turned out to be wonderful. And it sort of opened up our process, which was we would talk about the script for 2 or 3 hours, then one of us would take it for a few weeks and sort of do a pass. So we each had our own process. And at that point, once you're into it, you're fighting on behalf of the characters and the film, so you're not fighting each other. Somebody has an idea, you believe in it, you talk about it, you get into it, and then time sort of reveals the right direction.
Those moments, though, where you as a director like you're not moving the camera a lot, and you're just kind of letting it happen. To me, that would be such a hand-wringing thing. How do I do this? How do I convey the subtlety of this? Were there a number of passes, or did you just instinctively say, this is the way it's got to be?
No, it was from day one a film that let's not move the camera if we don't have to for the moment. Let's not put score on it unless we have to. Let's sort of like...
let it breathe?
Yeah, and also just like leave them to hang out to dry almost, because you don't want to be reductive about something like this, something as complicated. My feeling is I've always loved the illusion of simplicity, like something that looks simple but is really not, and it was something I said to my crew even, was like, it's like we're trying to make a film that's like sushi. Like it looks simple.
Quiet moments.
It's not. It's actually beautiful, and it's hard to make. And,
Right.
I like
and
that.
you can kill people if you don't make it properly. So there you go.
Okay.
I like the analogy.
I love Mumford & Sons. They're like one of my favorite bands. Carey Mulligan is married to Marcus Mumford.
Yeah.
Did Marcus show up at all?
Oh, sure.
Did he?
Yeah, we hung. Yeah,
You made his day.
Yeah, we would go hit some golf balls, hang out. We were in Oklahoma. We were sort of in, I don't want to say the middle of nowhere, but...
You were in the middle of nowhere.
We were in the middle of nowhere.
Bum F, as they call it.
And, but that's also one of the beauties about making a film on location is this feeling of like summer camp. So, Carrie and I have known each other forever. Jake and I have known each other, known Marcus forever. There's something nice about the only people you have to lean on are the people you're there working with, and it's super fun.
Right.
Are they a part of the soundtrack at all?
They are not.
Okay.
I do think they have a new record coming out soon.
They do.
I'm gonna go.
I watched a movie recently that you're in, Love and Mercy, about Brian Wilson, and it's an interesting movie. I didn't quite know what to expect. There are several different actors playing Brian Wilson in it. Can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like, and did you have a relationship or learn anything from Brian or talk to him about it?
Yeah, I think that's the best time I've ever had acting. Brian is a really special guy.
It's the story of Brian Wilson, by the way, and you play him as younger Brian Wilson around the time of the recording of Pet Sounds, and John Cusack plays him later on in life.
Yeah. For somebody who struggles so much, Brian, he's got an incredible amount of light inside of him, and frankly, studying that music for 6+ months was one of the greatest gifts I've had from work. I just felt so in love with what he's giving us through the spirit of this music, and I miss it.
It's a great movie, and I just saw your film after seeing a documentary called The Wrecking Crew, in which they sing. And I told Preston, and I think you've seen it since then.
Oh yeah.
And they talk about recording with Brian Wilson, and these guys, these were the top studio musicians. And they said, and then there's Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
And his genius level was off the charts. And I think the sequences where you're recording in the film, and you specifically caught what I imagined, it would have been like outside of the documentary. It was an amazing performance.
That's very nice. Yeah, and that's frankly, we were in the studio that he actually recorded Pet Sounds in back in '65.
Wow.
And at that point, you're just trying to summon the spirits and let them pass through you, But that is so moving that these brilliant music, the Wrecking Crew, they were the best. They were the best session musicians in town.
Yep.
And Brian was their guy. They were like, that's the guy. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Hey, great to see you again. Congratulations. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
Paul Dano, everyone. Speaking of scary movies, I did see this article, and believe it or not, it's from Cosmos, from Cosmopolitan Magazine.
That's all we read.
The most popular horror movie the year you were born.
Ooh, okay.
And this was kind of a bitch slap to you emotionally, wasn't it, Preston?
It starts 2 years after I was born.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a fire drill.
We have a flashing strobe in the studio, that's why. 1991 was Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I don't consider it a horror movie, but many do. So it was more suspense and...
Thriller.
And thriller, yeah, exactly.
It's a thriller. Scary. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lecter. I'll be working closely with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Let me out. Let me out. What's the problem? Let me out of here.
They finally found the thing that broke Lecter.
Just found your great cellmate.
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter. Holy Jesus. We're going to become fast friends. Oh, my God. What are you?
He's pounding on the glass.
Let me out! He's trying to get through that opening where they put the food. Why? What's wrong? I'm going to let my gloves dry out here on the end of the bed.
You didn't want to play quid pro quo with him?
Nothing. Nah.
Yeah.
I got a better game, Twister.
Oh, my God. Well, 1991, it was the number one horror film.
Let's play Pictionary.
1993. All right, here you go again. 1993. But I guess it would all depend on what was out that year. Go ahead. You want to guess?
You're not going to say Jurassic Park, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But it was Fire in the Sky.
Wait, what was 92?
Did I skip 92?
I think so.
Turner and Hooch.
It's not on here. The Mystery Year, 1992.
What? They just skipped it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a movie called Hannibal and Michael.
Oh,
let me out! What is that music? Oh no! Oh, you lead a deranged life.
On MMR, come out and play. 10:42 on the Preston and Steve Show as we are wrapping things up for today, Thursday. So now, officially, it's No Sad Bro Friday.
Yes!
Because at the end of the show on Thursday, it becomes No Sad Bro Friday automatically. So we're looking forward to that.
And it's Talk Like Bill Weston Day Eve.
Oh, my God. That's right. Eve. I didn't even think of it. Yes. Will he come visit us overnight?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm bringing toys to the children of the world.
Listen for a little. Yeah, Santa's got to go. That's perfect.
That's right.
That's what he says as he's leaving.
Have you been naughty? Have you been nice? Did you eat soup?
Santa's got to go.
One more sleep till Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
Oh, yay. I would like to thank.
What's that on the roof I hear? He's got silver hair. He's wearing black.
I would like to thank our friend Craig Liggeons for stopping in this morning. Being on the air. Craig, who's the host of the Comic Book Gurus podcast, is hosting an event on Sunday. It is the Autism Wings second annual talent show. And it will be at Plymouth White Marsh High School from 1 to 3. And it's a fundraiser, obviously supporting and helping people with autism. But if you or someone you know has autism and you have a performance you want to do of any kind,
anything,
it doesn't mean just singing and dancing, all kinds of stuff, you can be a part of this. And you can reach out to autismwings.org and get registered and sign up, or you can just go and watch and have a good time. Don't have to be a performer, but it's
everything from knock-knock jokes to Titanic knowledge and all that. Whatever you got.
Anything that you want to showcase.
Yes.
So, again, it's autismwings.org, by the way. And also, thank you to John DeBella. Yeah. John is getting his Philadelphia Walk of Fame plaque today. In fact, it's happening in about an hour from now, a little less than an hour
They're
from now.
going to reveal it to him. It's very cool, the ceremony, and he deserves it.
Right there on Broad. I think he said at Broad and Pine is exactly where his is going to be. So it was great chatting with John this morning, which was awesome. And someday to have his own plaque on the Philadelphia Walk of Fame, Jackie Bam Bam is here. Yeah. You know that's got to happen.
I am so not worthy. Yeah, but it was great talking to John. And the whole world knows he's getting inducted because coming here, thank God for Yo Romano's traffic reports. The Vine is shut down. I'm like, they know John is getting inducted. And I thought Craig Liggeons, you say his name twice or three times, he will appear again, but I thought he would leave me a gift of Chunky, but I don't see any.
Nugget Chunkies.
Can you share,
Chunky
Romano?
on your desk.
Do you like Chunkies too?
I was like, wait, he did a what on her desk?
But Chunky on her desk.
So Jackie has a major sweet tooth.
I do.
So, yeah.
Did he eat your lollipops?
Yeah, I got blamed or something. Casey's like, did you come in here and take my lollipops? I'm like, what are you talking about?
I didn't blame. I was just asking questions.
Was it you?
I like the Tootsie Roll Pops or something.
The Tootsie Pops.
He didn't write me back. Is that what they were?
No, they were blow pops.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't you.
I lost the enamel on my teeth many moons ago. You should know that. We've traveled together. We've had long late night conversations. So I try and stay away from the sugar.
I have no enamel on
You
my
try.
teeth.
Wait, you try and stay away from the sugar?
Yes.
I thought you said he has a sweet tooth.
Oh my God!
I
gave him a box of Zittner's butter crack eggs.
Oh,
now these things are supposed to last like a week or whatever.
My mom's listening. Don't give them to him. He'll go off the walls.
He finished it in about 4 minutes.
Oh, you like put it freebasing, right?
Yeah.
I go in the CVS and the Walmart. There's a whole aisle. I'm like, yummy.
Security, could you come up front, please?
Wow. All right. Well, we're learning
There's a
more.
large woman looking at the candy.
Learning more about Jackie Bamman.
With a big nose.
All right, should we do the letter of the day, Jackie?
We should.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter P as in Pierre.
All right, and we have $500 from the Bagster. Yeah! The Bagster is by far the most. Now, hang on a second here.
Uh-huh.
Why after the letter, and then I start to do.
He's so excited.
I start doing the prize. Jackie, do you notice what he does, Kathy?
Yeah.
He starts pointing and gesturing and shaking, and I don't know why that is.
Listen, he is so excited to be here right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, anyhow. Brought to you
He's
by
dropping a chunky in his pants.
the Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster. Dumpster in the back. What did he just do?
He's just so adorable. He's so adorable.
Spirit fingers.
Imagine if I slept.
All right.
Yeah, no, right? You'd be
Preston.
normal.
Sorry, Jackie's going to he's going to help out with Kathy's Cuts. He's going to be at the Mount Laurel location on May 1st.
Awesome.
He's going to be over at Vibe, and I'm going to be at Gravity Hair Salon.
Okay. All right. When is this coming up? What's the
This
date?
is Monday, May 1st.
May 1st.
And by the way, if anybody, we booked up pretty quick, but people who can't make it or they don't meet the requirements, when they cancel, that'll pop up. So you can keep checking PrestonandSteve.com in case, something opens up.
Okay.
That's next Monday, right? May 1st? Is that when it is?
No,
Not this coming Monday, but
Okay.
the following.
We're ready.
Okay. What's up on the show today, man?
Your next chance at $1,000. Of course, at noon, I'll give you that big word and MMRBQ tickets. On the docket for our workforce blocks today, Aerosmith, 30th anniversary. Get a grip. So all them MTV songs with Alicia Silverstone and Liv Tyler, we'll get to them. And we're going to hail the Mary Jane, and you might need a hookah. I'm going to overextend my play of 420 songs.
All right. I love it. All right. Thank you, Jackie. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you by Sequoia Outback, making backyards beautiful all over the Delaware Valley for over 25 years. DexSupplies.com, also brought to you by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow on the program, as I said, no Sad Bro Friday.
Yes.
We'll have more of the concert cash. We will also have Roy Wood Jr. from The Daily Show joining us, and comedian Trey Kennedy in studio to wrap up the week.
Nice.
And Talk Like Bill Weston Day. I got this text. It says, hey, a year ago tomorrow was Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Is Talk Like Bill Weston Day an annual event, or do you shut the barn door on that? And then they said, I know funny, and that was funny.
Yeah.
All right, so join us for Talk Like Bill Weston Day tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. See you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Santa's got to go.